Get there yet, by God we'll have our home. Oh, by God we'll have our home again. By God we'll have our home. By blood or sweat we'll get there yet. By God we'll have our home.
Today's lesson of going free. We are briefly getting back into Flatland because more than a few, apparently, from Flatland had a difficult time understanding the parallel, as 1776 was not the answer to 1984. What, indeed, is the answer to the much more relevant 1884? J. Venner's objections, because they are germane to the issue of language and who and what we are, and what we are doing and not doing. Here's a hint. Goys for us is the word guys spoken by a person with a most unfortunate speech impediment. Also opposite today, a video of an 18-year-old woman with je ne sais quoi, who has had enough. We will vivisect. Back to the DNI, the Director of National Intelligence Report, to finish what little is left of the unclassified version. It will have you wondering if I have crystal. Never you mind. MP of the day, Jesus was not white. We'll ask him. Potentially, if he's around, Natl will join us. We'll talk about the outreach team and his new FAQ, with or without him, what I can do to help, part one of the three-part series. Lackmes Flower Duet, to celebrate spring, your questions, comments, and calls, the answers to all of your life's questions. And if there are any children listening with their parents or guardians, two modern windmills are talking to each other on a wind farm. True story. One asks, "What is your favorite kind of music?" The other replies, "I'm a big, heavy metal fan." And we are going free. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to all of you here in the beginning of spring in the Northern Hemisphere, beginning of autumn in the Southern. I hope everyone is doing well. Let me know if the mic is working okay, because we were running around here making things happen ahead of time and playing a little rock music before we got started on all of the other platforms. Of course, you can't do that on YouTube. I do have to get Entropy up and running, though. I just recalled, and I assume one of our esteemed, magnificent moderators would have let me know anyhow. So I better just go ahead and make it happen right now before we get to that point. There we go. And it should be up and running now for everybody to check out. Now, if you have any questions or comments over the course of this stream, please make them pithy. For me to answer with one sentence or one word, yes or no. If you're going to do so in the live chat or on the DLive live chat, as I can see you all over there. It looks like you're not allowed to financially gift over there again. You went from being able to not being able to being able to not being able to not being able to, after the transformation from one thing to another on that platform. What a bunch of winners, anti-whites. So very happy that they exist, aren't we? If you do have a question that will require more, or a statement that will require more than a sentence or one word answer from me, please financially gift, because we're trying to speed up the live streams here to truncate expatiation, as we say, truncate expatiation. You can financially gift on Cash App, which is in the URL below. You can also do so on Entropy, which is, of course, up and running now. Ask questions in the Tall Kevin widget, the question widget. They won't disappear or scroll away as they do elsewhere. They only disappear if you or I delete them. And you may also financially gift with cryptocurrency. or by snail mail. You can send me letters by way of snail mail as well. And you can find all of those addresses, cryptocurrency and snail mail address, over on my website, nowhiteguilt.org, which is revamped in version 1 of the revamped site, looking magnificent. And I think there is a financial gift tab that you can click on there, and you will find those links. Remember, if you're holding Bitcoin, it takes a tiny bit of Bitcoin to do a colossal amount of good right now. So if you're thinking about financially gifting, that is one way that you can do a lot of good with very little. So I wanted everybody to know about that, as well as the snail mailing. So let's go ahead and get into the Go Free lesson of the day. I will say hello to all of you as I see you step into the magnificent aura of going free. Hello to you all, Coconut, Western Renaissance, the great Sloths, and Grayman the Gray, the great Brand Danger. Andre is here. Great to see you, brother. So is Althea. Wonderful to see you, sister. I don't know. There's the wonderful Carlisle Cockatoo. Hello to you, dear sister. And the amazingly talented polymathic Fornall is with us. Great to see you. And First Lady of the American Theater. Hello. Brad C is with us. Great to see you. Timmy, Euro Yankee. Hello, sweet lady. Mo is with us. Hello, Mo. Kent says hello. Hello to you, brother. Great to see you. And Hungarian Spectator. How many of you checked in early while we were rocking out to some rock tunes on the other platforms? Were there many? Were there none? Should I never allow you all to hear me jamming out to rock before I get started on a stream? Maybe we'll. The Great Imminent Rain has just entered the fray. Great to see you, dear brother. So remember, folks, Go Free is a time for us to get together and talk about these issues. So if you have questions about what we're talking about, please tag me and or put it up in the your question up in the question widget so I can address them. If you have something completely out of left field for us, we want to be able to address all of these things over the course of the stream. That's what these streams, that's what these gatherings are for, as you know. So I did want to go back to this issue of Flatland, because there were a lot of people who were misunderstanding the parallel between Flatland that I was making and those inside of the anti-white narrative, which is everyone else who is not going free. Every single person. They can be an Ant-Nat, an antique nationalist. They can be implicitly white positive, or sympathetic rather, or explicitly white sympathetic. They could be white positive, but if they are inside if they're not going free rather, then they are inside of the anti-white narrative. That's just the reality of the situation. That means that all of the premises of all conversations, of all arguments, of all events are all crafted to benefit anti-whites. Therefore, you cannot win in those conversations. I will, perhaps when I get less busy, happily go on a tour of debating every single person I will play the anti-white role, and I will destroy every single person who is not going free using the anti-white locutions, because their locutions are designed to defeat the arguments within that framework. So it's the exact same thing that we do with our story. We design a framework where our arguments, our verbiage is designed to be victorious, to be moral against the anti-whites. So everything else ultimately, and this is something I'm going to address with this Jay Venner's comments here, coming up here pretty soon. Ultimately, everything that's taking place inside of the anti-white narrative is doomed to failure, because it always has failed. There are no exceptions. Even that one that everybody, these Ant-Nats think is an exception, they lost too. And why did they lose? Well, because so many other people of our brothers and sisters around the world were mentally manipulated. They were living inside of the anti-white narrative. They were far healthier than we are today, and yet they could be easily manipulated to do what the anti-whites wanted them to do, and that was to destroy anything that got in the way of anti-whiteism. So Again, we will revisit this, but ultimately, if it's been failing for all along, which everything else has been failing all along, and no other condition has changed, then there is no reason to believe that there's suddenly going to be a difference, suddenly going to be a change in the outcome. It is the ultimate definition of insanity. You hitting your head against the wall hurts. It's always going to hurt until you're dead. And that's how things work in the real world. So in Flatland, the problem with those in Flatland, and real quickly, we'll just give the description again. Flatland was a book published in 1884, and it's far more relevant than the book published Orwell's 1984, because in Flatland, the characters are geometric shapes, and they live in a two-dimensional world that is infinitely flat. So there's no third dimension. They cannot perceive a third dimension. A three-dimensional character can look literally into their homes from above or below, and can look literally into their bodies from above or below. A lot of mathematicians like to use the story of Flatland to teach mathematical truths and share some hypotheses about more dimensions and things of this nature, not speaking on any of that whatsoever. The point between the parallel between Flatland and those inside the anti-white narrative is that those inside the anti-white narrative cannot perceive those outside of the anti-white narrative in any way other than their preconceptions of the world as left, right, forward, backward. Flatland is a perfect parallel to what you have. They can only see left, right, up, down. They can't see any depth. They can't see above. They can't see below. And that is essentially how, when you're going free, you appear as the sphere in Flatland who passes through Flatland. The Flatlanders only see the sphere appear out of nowhere, grow larger as an infinitely thin line, and then grow smaller and disappear again. The voice comes from everywhere. It's inconceivable. The Flatlanders, since it is something they can't understand, it's beyond their knowledge and understanding, they are vindictive, they are aggressive, they are hateful. There's a big difference, though, between Flatland and what we're doing, because those who are living inside the anti-white narrative, at least they claim, they purport to want good things for Westmen, for Western kind, and they can see good things happening here. So it is inexplicable for them to ignore, to badmouth, to slander, to misrepresent, to undermine. It proves that their actual agenda is not the well-being of Western kind. Maybe it's the hating of puppies. Maybe that's all they care about, is to victimize puppies, to be Yehudi huffers, or whatever it might be. That might be all they care about, rather than the well-being. Because if you're looking for white people getting better, getting stronger, families getting created, communities getting built on an identity that preserves and that enables the ennoblement of the individual, the family, the community to be able to move toward the Western sunrise, to recapture our destiny. Not just communities getting together of juvenile adults who have taken silly animal names for themselves. That is going nowhere. Not just people getting together because they hate another group of mankind, and they're going to go pick up some trash on a highway somewhere and talk about how they hate some other group of mankind so much. That is not going to succeed. It has never succeeded. It will never bring ordinary Westmen from around the world in their millions to the well-being of our people. Flatlanders, at least these geometric shapes, are not deriving any benefit from the three-dimensional figures. Sphere doesn't do anything for the Flatlanders other than tell them that there's a dimension beyond them, that there's more to the universe than just Flatland. So at least in Flatland, the characters in Flatland, they have an excuse, because they're not endeavoring to know or believe that there is something beyond their two dimensions. But here we have people who are claiming that they want what's good for Western kind and white people. And what do they end up doing? They end up attacking out of ignorance, like children. That's effectively what they are. They are adult children, and they should be treated as such. And that is how we will treat them from now on. The difference between the anti-white narrative and the story that we write for ourselves, which for many begins with Prometheus Rising, which casts a narrative arc specifically for the purpose of doing so, a didactic work that I wrote that casts a narrative arc from the beginning of time all the way to the present. It's meant to educate us about ourselves, tell us who we are, understand ourselves better, so that, like Going Free, it works hand in hand with that book, to ennoble us, to empower us, to help us overcome the mean pathogens that have been put in front of us to trip us up. All of these things are important. They are sound. They are based in reason, logic, and most importantly now, superfluous evidence, Brobdingnagian evidence, more evidence than you could ever find anywhere else. And yet we still have Alberts, like the square, A square, he's called, the square in Flatland. We still have Alberts that will show up and say, I gave him the name Albert because it's just the letter A. But we still have these Alberts who show up and they say, where's the evidence? What have you done? Well, what does that tell us? That doesn't tell us anything about all of the good that we've done for our brothers and sisters out there, all of the lives that we have changed, the testimonials that we read by the score, that I receive by the dozen a day. That doesn't tell us anything about the success that we're having, the success that Going Free has, the truly paradigmatic shift from where our people have been to where we need to be to recapture our destiny. No, it tells us everything about the tantrum that the objector is having when they show up and they demand to know, where's the evidence? There's no evidence for what this guy is saying. There's no evidence for what these people are saying. Well, of course, we know that there is abundant evidence. There is more evidence of good done by way of Going Free, by way of Prometheus Rising, in the span of just several months, than name any other group out there for our people. Name any other group. So we have a question when it comes to this Jay and what he was trying to get at. And I want to leave plenty of time. I want to have callers today, but I want to get into this quickly so we can get through these and then get on to why language is becoming, and has always been, immensely important. Why is it important? Well, it's important because those are the tools with which you think. If you do not have the tools that will lead to your success, you cannot have success. You cannot have well-being. It doesn't matter how much you hate some other group of people. You people out there who are just want to talk endlessly about name this group or name that group. You have become the personification of the demon in the anti-white narrative. Yes, everyone hates you because you are this is a family-friendly show. In fact, let me just make sure that everybody knows this is a family-friendly show, including yours truly. Let's see. I know I have something here. Here it is. It should say, there you have it. Going Free is a family-friendly gathering. It is indeed. We'll have that scroll so it'll remind me, especially when I'm talking about these people. Because for some reason, I have ideas. I know I have some thoughts about why this is happening. But you're seeing many people who are cowards, and as a result of their cowardice, they want to rush off and they want to say rash things. And all they're going to do is harm Western kind and Western civilization. Turn your backs on these people. If they don't want to be helped, if they don't want to go the direction that things work, you give them an opportunity. and you put your hand out to them. But if they want to be destructive, if they want to be pernicious, then you say, good riddance to you. I want nothing to do with you. And then go your separate ways. Now, Jay Venner reached out to me and he said, Jason has said repeatedly that his strategy is the only strategy that works, including on this very stream. Not the one right now, but a previous one. Now, first thing I'll say to that statement is that, and I wrote down some notes to myself, so I'll just take a look here, is that there's a deeper issue that I'll speak to a little bit later, I think, while I'm talking about Jay. And if he's here, he can speak up for himself to clarify. But this is when I talk about what works, it is a question of objectives. Well, what's your objective? When you say that something else works, I want to know, what is the metric for what works for you? Because I have a hard time seeing it when we're talking about improving the lives of individual Westmen, men, women, and children. Do you make somebody's life better by turning them into the monster, the antagonist in somebody else's story? A group of people who happen to control society, all of our countries. Does that make their life better? Because that's what a lot of people in Jay Venner's position would argue. Well, now they know all about this group of people and they can talk endlessly about that group of people, and what? They can lose their job. I had to help a father, another one, recently, because of using language that was harmful for him, harmful for us, harmful for his children. So how do you define, how do you measure success then? If it's not improving the lives of white men, women, and children, and therefore white families, and therefore white communities, because that's how this all works. If it's not doing that, then really what is it? Teaching them about the particular religious fetishes of other groups? Telling them about, what's your metric? And many of us, I think many of us now say that if there's a strategy or an approach out there that is helping white people, I've said this numerous times, Jay. So if you're listening, if you're listening clearly to me, son, you would make a distinction. Because here you're making no distinction. How many times have I said that if there's a strategy or an endeavor that is, and a person pushing those things, that is benefiting our people, and whatever that strategy, endeavor is, whatever it is, comports with my morality, then I endorse it. How many times have we all heard me say that? A great many times I've talked about that something that's helping our people, as long as it comports with my morality, then I support it. This is where Jared George talks about as well, where I say that if we're all on our respective ships, if you will, our vehicles, and we're heading toward what I want to be the Western sunrise, I don't know what these other peoples may want, these other groups, these other ships may want. But if in whatever endeavor it is helping our people and it comports with my morality, then I endorse it. But most of the time what ends up happening is they come to me and say, oh, well, they're helping our people because they're helping them to be more violent. They're helping them to see the group that's doing it. This idiotic idea that Western kind, the presupposition to this idiotic idea by people who are supposed to be so smart, is that Western kind is perfectly healthy. To anthropomorphize it, it is this perfectly healthy organism. Everything is just right, except this blockage right here. And if you can remove this blockage, then everything goes back to normal. Not hardly. There would be bloodlust like you would not believe. If you could snap your fingers, and any of these people who hate on other groups of humanity, if they could snap their fingers and have any group of their liking disappear from planet Earth and maybe appear on a nicer planet somewhere else. If they could do that, that same moment, all of the other non-white groups would begin vying for power, and all of the white individuals would individually serve their individual interests in the most blood-curdling, bloodlustful way ever. So you wouldn't suddenly make everything okay. This is a reductionist view for people who have low IQs and very little patience, or average IQs. And so we're not going to fall for that stupidity. So as I say, when I'm talking about improving things for our people, I'm talking about making the lives of individual Westmen better, Western families better, Western communities better, stronger, an identity, a practice that is resistant to the psychological warfare that is waged against us. And so many of you should speak up. When you hear these people now, there are plenty who are saying, oh, you've got to do things this way, you've got to do things that way. And you all have done things those ways, and you've destroyed your reputations. You've lost your jobs. Has that made your life any better? Has following those ideas, has following those admonitions and recommendations improved your life one jot? How about the lives of those around you? How many people have you brought over by those methods? Or do you just find yourself in these pools of misery, these people who see themselves as the villains in other people's stories? I, and all of you who are going free, have had all of this success, and I want you to focus on this. We have had all of the success that we have had against the headwind of the Flatlanders, against them saying, I perfectly don't understand what you are talking about. I don't understand how this is what's going through their minds. They're saying that they don't understand how this could work. They don't understand what it's doing. They don't understand. Don't you need to act this way? Don't you need to dress that way? Don't you need to use the words that they approve of, the anti-whites approve for us to use? And we have had all of the success against that headwind. People say, well, if I think it was last week, well, where's the success that that your method has? It is overwhelming, the success that we have had. It was last week where the guy saying, Jason should change his strategy then if he's been at it for 2 decades. No, loudmouth, son. It is because of people like you that we haven't saved infinitely more, an infinitely more number of lives. That we haven't brought more people out of poverty, that we haven't brought more people into home ownership, more people into success in their careers, more people to success in their love lives, more families having children, inoculating their children against the mean pathogens. It is because of you, son, that we haven't had more success. It is because of you, son, that idiotic ideas continue to get pushed that are harmful for our people. And then I end up spending hours helping people out of the damage that you have caused. Yeah, but it's late. It's late. The hour is late. The hour was late before you were born. It's past. We are long beyond the hour being late. There's no taking anything with violence or voting. In the past, it used to just mean that you would lose your job, you would probably commit suicide. We've had, how many of those have we had in these other groups commit suicide because they just are inundated all day long with the bad news? All day long, nothing can be done. And then they kill themselves, and then they drop out. Then they ruin things with their families. Then they ruin things with their wives or their husbands or whatever it is. And then their children go bad. They ruin things with their children. How many times we got to hear that? How many stories do you have to hear and have me still think that you care about Western kind? How much damage do you have to do to the individual lives of men, women, and children and have me still believe that you care one jot about Western kind? Because I call your bluff. Which major podcasts, Jay Venner asks, do you claim to be just whining? Most of it is news and analysis, which includes bad news. And then he uses oftentimes. However, I usually see some kind of solution of white pills presented as well. Jason doesn't seem to think that there's different methods. He claimed all other approaches have failed. Jay, they have. They have failed, Jay. Show me one that hasn't failed. They've been here since before you were alive, buddy. And they have all been failing since then. They're still failing. Their numbers are either haven't gotten any bigger or have fallen. Lives, just a whole trail of lives ruined behind them. That's called failure. In my book, I mean, again, maybe you have a different metric than I do, son. But in my book, that's called failure. Yeah, they're whining when they doom document and they doom dissect all day long. That's whining. And you say they've offered white pills? Solutions? Where? Where are the solutions? Form a political party? Create some sort of armed militia? What, buddy? What's the solution they're offering? Go hide? I have been in the service to what I refer to as white well-being for over 2 decades. And I was smart enough when I was a young man to listen to guys who had been in 5 decades, 6 decades, and learn from them. I want to know where those solutions are, buddy. They've been around for a long time. And I see a giant wake of corpses and ruined lives behind all of them. Where's the solution? Going to punish the Republican Party? Comedic. And it's no wonder then that so many adults with neoteny following them from childhood, all the way up into their adulthood, that these so-called adults now call themselves beavers or whatever they call themselves. And they want to come together and give a bunch of money to Beaverland. So there is a place for doom documenting, doom dissecting. People need to know what's going on. Some of them will want to know where it came from. Why that's useful at this point is I guess just lost in their simplicity. Maybe they just want to be a historian to the white people that are left behind after everything is destroyed, and just tell them. And then when how long do you think you'll be able to tell anybody about all the garbage you learn if the anti-whites have their way with us in their story? They're just going to drag you right away. You won't be able to say any of that stuff. It'll be declared verboten. So people do need to know about what's going on in the world. But that obviously has proven for intelligent people is not enough. That's not a solution, is it? We have created a solution. Folks talking about how bad it is keep losing. They just keep talking about how bad it is. It will never, here's another tip for those who are trying to figure this out. It will never get bad enough and be reported widely enough before something happens. And this is the God of the gaps moment for these people. Something will happen. If we just tell everybody how bad it is, something will happen. Well, hope is not a plan. That's pretty pathetic. It's perception. And the anti-whites can manage perception all the way up through ritualistic gang raping and murdering, as you see in South Africa. So it doesn't matter how bad. It's actually long since too bad for our people. We are decades beyond the point where if our brothers and sisters knew, if they perceived exactly how awful it is, and that's not by way of hearing it. Remember, it's managed perception. And when you control the narrative, the anti-white narrative, that's the narrative of society. When you control the narrative, then you manage the perception. So it doesn't matter how much people are saying, oh my God, look at this next law. Look at the next thing they're going to do. Look at the thing that happened at this university. Look at what happened in this town. It's an endless geyser. And I don't need a whole lifetime of hearing it before I come up with a solution for the problem. Some of you may. And if that's you, then go listen with the other dunces out there and just spend your life learning about how bad it is, what the anti-whites are doing next, and which anti-whites originated which idea or that or whatever. You can go waste all of your time. Plenty have done it before you. That trail is littered with a lot of bodies. You'll just be another one on that trail, if that's what you want to do. Going free is brand new. I decided that I was not going to just listen to the problem, not just study who created the problem, not just get together to have a picnic once in a while. You guys, do you have any idea that decades ago, the conservatives, the patriots, the nationalists, they used to have marvelous picnics and get-togethers, camping retreats, where hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of families would go. Do you know that? And you're like, let's get a camping retreat. Then we'll be making a difference. You're not doing squat. You are not doing squat. And you're going to get together on your camping retreat. And you know what they did on their camping retreats? They talked about all that was going wrong and who was behind it. And that's what you'll be doing if you go that direction. You need the psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against us. So I'm just going to keep smiling the best I can, but put a smile on when these children of all ages come banging on the door to misrepresent, to undermine everything that we're doing and the good work that we're doing. And by doing so, identify themselves as anti-white. Because even if you hate me, even if you're jealous, even if you're magnificently jealous of me, you still would not want to put an end to all the good that we're doing for white people. You would still want that to continue. Jay goes on to say, I don't have a problem with his strategy, meaning mine, but, quote, everyone else but me is wrong, is cult-like. Now, cult-like, Jay. Thought you cared about white people. Listen, Venner, do not try to disunify and defame all the good that we're doing for Western kind, lives that we're changing, by using the shameful and dishonorable slur cult. That is despicable of you. That is absolutely despicable. Would you have those 8 lives lost of people who have identified during live chats? Would you prevent the next 8 who identified themselves as getting off the path to suicide because of Go Free? Would you have them dead, Venner? Or how about the next 8? Would you have the next 8 dead by calling the good work that we're doing a cult? Son, that is despicable. That is absolutely despicable. It is shameful. The deeper issue, I think, for many of these people, and the case probably with Jay, and I would like Jay to own up to that shameful behavior, apologize, and then go free and give up these other ideas. But I think what's going on here is the same thing that happens with a lot of these people, and that is that our success upsets them. because they have invested themselves and their identity in an idea, in an approach. And they have gone out into the world and they have let everyone in the world, they've ruined relationships. They've let everyone else in the world know this identity, this evil, disgusting, ugly identity. And now they find out I'm being persuaded that that was actually foolish of me, that that's exactly what the anti-whites want me to do. That's exactly what they want me to say. That's exactly how they want me to behave. Who is making me have these thoughts that I've done wrong for all this time, that I've been a fool all of this time? Let me call him a cult. The other angle is, of course, that, and I think Jay mentions it somewhere in here. Let's see, we'll keep moving along. This bad decision, did it mean that Venner had made a bad decision by investing in these other ideas? Yeah, it did. But that's okay, because we all go wrong in various ways. Being able to go wrong means you can go right. It's okay to have adopted something in the past that has not worked, will not work. It's just not okay to slander what makes you feel that your ego is being diminished because of their success. Venner writes on, weren't you in DC on the 6th? Yes, I was. If there are people on a list for listening to TRS, then surely all the boomers who fed post on Gab and Parler are on this list too. Well, I didn't mention TRS at all. And so that's probably telling us something about Venner as well, that he likes listening to TRS. That's fine with me. It's your life. And that Venner feels that, well, if Jason's right, then the verbiage that's being used here, maybe that Venner himself uses, is detrimental. And if I'm Venner for a moment, maybe that means I should give that up. But I enjoy those disgusting jokes. But I enjoy that sort of mentality. I enjoy, Jason is just taking my enjoyment away from me by convincing me that not only is it ugly, not only is it destructive, the Ant-Nat nitwittery and using the language of white oppression, white negative language, using the words that the anti-whites want you to use. Not only was it destructive in that it wouldn't benefit our people, it wouldn't benefit your life as an individual, but now it means, and Venner gets to this here, that you are getting onto federal lists. And now that's very scary. Now that means that he's really got to give up this habit. Jason has just come and said to a smoker, that is going to give you cancer. And for whatever reason, we'll say in this scenario, that particular brand of cigarette is going to give you cancer in 2 years of smoking. And you are at 1.5 years. And you really enjoy those cigarettes. Well, if you are going to behave like a child, you're going to hate me for giving you the news. So Venner is a TRS fan. Good for you. You keep on listening to them. And then he's saying here, well, then if I'm going down, Venner is saying, well, then all those older people he disparagingly refers to as boomers, they're going to go down too. Well, maybe you should be not intentionally going down. Maybe you should be going out trying to save them. Prevent that from happening. Don't you care about white people, or you just care about a disgusting joke that mocks or even talks about some sort of murderous behavior toward some other group of people? Is that all that matters to you? You got to figure these things out. He goes on to say, if you are a white advocate in any way, you are likely on this list. Bravo, Sierra. You are not on a, and this is another way to say, I still want to legitimize behaving like the villain in the story. So I'm going to legitimize it by saying, well, you're just going to be on the list anyhow. If you care about white people in any way, in any form, you're just on the list anyhow. Wrong. They specifically say the verbiage, they're treating it like gangs. If you say you're MS-13, you get put on the MS-13 list. You say you're a white supremacist, you want to say that you're a white nationalist, you want to say that you're these different things, welcome to the list. This is just a deflection. He says they just keep changing the list to get everyone on it, including the people here. So his position is you might as well be an Ant-Nat. You might as well be because, if they're going to call you a pedophile, you might as well be one. Right, Venner? The question here, the deeper question, and this is for the people with above average IQs. The deeper question is, what position do you want the anti-whites to persecute? What position do you want them to persecute? Do you want them to persecute? Do you want to have a position for them to persecute that everyone hates? That society hates? White society will be fine with you and all of these other people going to jail, Venner. They'll be fine with it. They'll do a collective, because maybe you just like a disgusting joke, but they've learned on their entertainment television that people who like disgusting jokes and talk like that, talk about harming non-white people and etc., they've learned that you actually go out and harm non-white people. It's not just some stupid satire, lowbrow satire. So they're thinking, well, good. Yeah, go ahead and do that to those people. Or do you want the position that's persecuted by the anti-whites from the federal level to be one that just about every single normal, ordinary white person identifies with? That is as simple as I can make it for everyone. It's far more complex, but that is as simple as I can make it. And if you can't grasp it, we'll get you some coloring books. You want it to be a position that if the anti-whites move to persecute it, the rest of the white population says, wait a second, that's just like me. Not those monsters, yeah, go ahead and throw them in jail. And then, of course, Venner reveals here, he says, we can all agree that being on the AWD tier, I'm not sure what that is, groups, is not only a pretty counterproductive message, but it will get you the most restrictions and legal trouble. So as long as Venner is saying, what his position, that's the one that matters for the world. That's the one that matters for the world. He's trying to put on me what he's actually doing. He's projecting onto me what he's actually doing. I'm using reason, logic, and evidence to reach as many of our brothers and sisters as we can to improve their lives while we have the ability to do that. And then he says, well, we can all agree that this other thing over here, now that's bad. But where I'm at here with these really vulgar, disgusting jokes or whatever else it might be, that's just fine. That's just like caring about white people. No, it's not like caring about white people. It's being really troglodytish is what it is. The government is anti-white and will do whatever it can to take down all adherents of, and then he uses pro-white thought. Have you been around us much? Those who are advocating for white well-being say white positive. He goes on to say, it will go after conservatives as well. At some point, people need to decide to take a stand. Well, Venner, son, we've made the decision to take a stand. This is a perfect example of the Flatlanders. Venner is, I'm afraid, son. We have made the decision to take a stand. And we're doing it with Go Free. We're doing it with Prometheus Rising. We are doing it day in and day out, we have taken a stand and we are having victory after victory. I wonder what kind of stand you're talking about. I bet the FBI and all of these other intelligence services have some ideas about what kind of stand you're thinking about. And that speaks to, and we're rolling up on the 6 o'clock hour. So that speaks to the point about this language issue. And we talked about this last week, the folks saying, looking at me and looking at you all and concluding that this is some sort of, that what we're doing is some sort of optics. If you believe this is optics, you have no idea what we're doing and going. You have no idea what going free is. You have no idea what white positivity is. We're not concealing anything. I'm not, the only things I change on YouTube is these rules they have about how many sources you get your information from, declarative statements about news items without appeal elsewhere. That's one of their main ones that you have to be careful about. Conspiracy theories, got to be careful about those things. For everything else, this is the way I talk. So if you think I'm going to get somewhere with you, and then suddenly I'm going to talk like this vulgar, troglodytish, lowbrow, dumbass, I guess I could say that, Ant-Nat nitwittery, then you are wrong. You are fooling yourself. You are kidding yourself. I want, those going free want everyone of every race to live wonderful lives, to live beautiful lives and make wonderful memories with their babies. If they have babies or not, then they make wonderful lives if they don't have babies. And we want everybody of every race to know that there is one thing destroying what we love about Western civilization, and it is anti-whiteism. And we want everybody of all races, all immutable characteristics, to come to service to white well-being. Stand right alongside of us as we defend ourselves, as we advance our well-being, and they can stand with us and secure everything they love about the West. And many good people of different backgrounds have come as a consequence. You know why they're not here? They're not here because it's conservative land and they're going to get a lot of goodies out of showing up. They're going to get pats on the head, some paternalism. They're going to get lauded like they're 7-year-olds accomplishing anything. They're not here because they also, they along with the folks that welcome them, hate some other group that isn't present, want to harm some other group that isn't present, want to talk endlessly about some other group that isn't present. There's no unifier there. That's sickness. That's sickness. We're not covering up thoughts like that, for God's sake. If you're having those thoughts, you've got to get in there and clean that filth out, because you are a puppet for them. You are doing exactly what they want you to do. So what we were talking about last week, to put an underline and a highlight, an exclamation point on it, was that we had in the live chat, and we had people showing up in response to Natarific's and Nathaniel's video. What can I do? And we'll talk about that when we come back. Also, the video of this wonderful young woman, and how do we want her to move forward in life? She's 18 years old. What do you want her to talk like moving forward? Now, you'll see when we go to the next segment how important it is to communicate, because we're going to take all of this discussion. And by the way, for all of those people who come here and they come from the doom documenting and doom dissecting, and then they come here and they say, all you do is talk on the internet. That's all the good that we've done around the world. And they come from places where all they actually do is talk. Well, sometimes they'll get together and they'll get They'll get drunk or drugged up. They'll get into a mosh pit, or they'll get maybe nicely dressed and then into little cloistered rooms, and they'll talk about some group that isn't present and just how much they despise them and how much they wish they would just disappear because everything would be so much better if they would just, as though white people wouldn't immediately begin slaughtering each other since we don't have a shared identity. Fools. It is like being among swine, just squealing their heads off and just walking amongst them for year after year. So many of them, not all of them. There have been real champions. We talked about Sam Francis. Sam Francis wrote an article all the way back in the 90s agreeing with me. Jared Taylor and so Dr. Kevin McDonald also, this guy's a genius. That guy was a genius. He agreed with me. Not because I am tapping into some sort of ether beyond the heavens, but because I take what works, I experiment in the Aristotelian, Baconian fashion again and again. And then when something works, it's adopted. And when somebody else has something that works, it's adopted. Because when it comes to saving the lives of white people, improving the lives of white people so that we can recapture our destiny, I'm shameless. I'll happily save the lives of our people. It doesn't have to be under a particular banner. It doesn't have to be with a specific name. All that matters is that we recapture our destiny in a way that we are able to protect ourselves from the anti-whites and the psychological warfare that they wage against us. So we see all of this discussion that we just had this first hour. We had all those people who showed up and they said, oh, Jason is an optics cuck. They were saying to you that they believe that I'm one of them. They believe that I actually think the way that well, maybe I shouldn't say that because I know you get thrown off of Twitter for using that word, that these Muppets think, and that I'm just covering this up. I know more about all of those different groups of people and religions than 99.9% of you out there. And I still come to this position that this is how we recapture our destiny. So you can sit around all day long and talk about other groups of people and think that you're doing some good. You're not doing a damn bit of good. You're harming. And we're going to see in the next segment a life that you could harm, a life that probably will be harmed if she ends up listening to idiots like you. And you know, if you're one of the idiots that I'm talking to, I don't have to point it out for you. There have been too many lives ruined. And I'm not going to stand by anymore and be friendly with people who are leading to the suicides and the lives destroyed because they think the path to go is to obey everything the anti-whites tell them to do in the anti-white narrative. And we'll be right back. Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. That's good coffee. Coming out of a nice mug, too. Let me just turn that around for everybody. One of our heroes, Fornull. I don't know where you can buy these, but I will find out, or one of the mods will be a hero and put it in the live chat. I bet I have really infuriated some people now. I asked the question, what is the answer to, if it's not 1984, if it's really 1884, what's the answer then to, if 1776 wasn't the answer to 1984? And you can see, there's none of that's going to happen. That's very silly. It's childish. And you're going to end up in jail. But even before you go to jail, you'll get to lose your right to self-defense and your right to travel and a lot of other rights. Well, it's just going to happen to everybody, isn't it? No, dummy. But since you're dumb, it should happen to you. But now, after you do all of that, you'll just end up in jail. So the answer to 1984 is not 1776. Nothing like that is going to happen. There isn't an oppositional poll. So the real question then is, what is the answer to 1884? And I think maybe the real answer to 1884 is 2017. That was the year that I produced the largest run of that I had up to that point of Go Free. I can't remember whether it was 100 books that I made. Well, they were more pamphlet-like. They were folded and stapled. But before then, it had always been like a run of 20 or 15, and then I would distribute them. But it was an actual answer. It was an actual response, a way to fix things that we were endeavoring to do with Go Free and these works, rather than just go back over the same territory that has already been covered by people who are or were infinitely smarter than the folks who are doing it today, infinitely more intelligent and more educated. Any of these parvenus, if I could just, if you will, let me use the word that way, who think they are so, I guess, accomplished academically, so urbane. If they want to put up their successes and resume against someone like Revelo Oliver, well, go ahead. Sam Francis, even, go ahead. I think level-headed people will find you wanting in comparison, but these people have already gone over that terrain, and you don't have to go into pan for gold someplace where it's been all collected is really foolish. But I tell you what, if enough people keep doing it, maybe we'll get together, we'll buy a plot of land, and then we'll sell it to these idiots, because they're looking, they're digging. They're digging somewhere. Let me see what you all are saying, and then we're going to jump over to this video of this young woman. I know I had to upset some people. Yiz the Eunuch, great to see you, sweet sister. $5 financial gift. I have family over, and we'll be busy with them all night. I'm cooking us up some southern cornbread. Oh, my succotash. And ribs. Well. If that bread were made with almond flour, I'll be right over. And she says, wanted to wish everyone hope and white well-being before I get elbow deep in kitchen stuff with quick folk tithe. Kip, everyone. Amen to that. Keep it Promethean. Absolutely. Kip, Yiz the Eunuch, a great champion, doing the right thing. I really just have to say, people like Yiz, people, so many others, Bonnie Blue, so many others. We could just go on naming people like Mike in Australia and all that he's doing for our brothers and sisters in South Africa. These are the actual heroes today. I have known so many braggarts, whether it was the people who were intellectual and they they're the heaviest thing on their body was their glasses that they wore, or these others at the other end that maybe not so adept at memorization, but they are ready to just get really ugly and speak ugly and get violent. I have seen so many of them brag about what they're going to do and how they're going to do it and what they're going to achieve and all of this, and they've done nothing. They've done nothing. So if that stings for you, it should. If you hear that and that stings, it's because it's a truth you needed to hear. And instead, you need to start going free. You need to get on the path to helping people with something that works. And forget about all of this. Like, I want Venner to go free. I want him to, I know you'll have to give up the stupid stuff you laugh at or whatever it is that you're getting upset about. or the idea that you invested in before. And for those of you out there who have invested in dumb ideas, destructive ideas, pernicious ideas, the way you fix this with your family, and it's been done by others who are going free, is you go to your family, and depending on how much damage you've done, depending on how much of a jerk you are, this may be easier or harder. It just depends on you and your life and what you and those people that you're interacting with. But go to those people and say, I've had a real epiphanic moment. I've had a real realization. I have been on this very ugly road that anti-whites wanted me on. And I focused on a lot of things. A lot of those things I talked about maybe were even true, but they're not what's important. What's important is the well-being of our people. And I want you to know, as wife or husband or children or brother or sister or friend or whatever it is, I want you to know that I'm heading down a new path, and I'm going to stumble, but I'm trying to do the right thing. I'm trying to be the right person that's going to benefit me. It's going to benefit my loved ones. It's going to benefit my friends. I'm going to endeavor to be that instead of this destructive thing that I was before. Be honest with them like that. And in most cases, unless you've really burnt bridges, these people are going to listen to you and they're going to give you an opportunity. So thank you so very much. Yes, this is what heroes look like. Let's get a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Ascended Practitioner. This is a magnificent human being. A $50 financial gift to White Wellbeing. Thank you so much. Raucous emojis for Ascended Practitioner, please, everyone. $50. He writes, thank you to all who are making it happen. Well, thank you for being among us, those who are making it happen. So we turn it right back on you, good brother. I really appreciate you. I cherish you as a person. I value you and all that you're doing for white well-being. That's how we're going to get there. We're going to get there through loving each other. We're not going to get there standing up at a lectern. I can get up and deliver a better speech than most. And I can do it about love. I can do it about standing up for our people. I could do it. And for all of those who think there is no bravery or courage or glory in love, you have been lied to, because that's the only place it's found. There's no bravery or courage or glory in stockpiling things and talking disgustingly about what you will do at some point in the future. That's cowardice. And you know what, there's going to be, I'm just, maybe I'm the guy that has to be hated for whatever amount of time, because I'm the one who comes and tells the truth about what's got to be done to get from here to there. I could be the guy who shows up. I mean, if I wanted to just manipulate people into pouring into some sort of movement, it wouldn't look like this at all. It would feed all of these imbecilic ideas, these dangerous ideas. I'm not going to do it. So thank you so very much, Ascended Practitioner, for that. $50. Dinesh D'Souza, I'm thinking it's not the actual Dinesh. Financially gifting $10. Thank you so much. Right here, the Democrats are the real racists. Yes, Dinesh. The old conservative saw that apparently is now used by so many white sympathetic circles. And the Democrats are the racists. The liberals are the racists. Can you believe? Seriously believe. I never thought, I would not have thought, if I could go back in time right now and talk to me 3, 4, 5 years ago and say, guess what, Jason of the past, these people right now who just snicker their heads off about how backward and inane conservatives are, about how they drink their mouthwash, how dumb they are, because they say things like Democrats are the real racist. They are going to be saying it 5 years from now. I would have said, no, Jason from the future, it cannot be. It simply cannot be. They could not make such fools of themselves. And then, of course, I would assure myself, and then I would have to agree with myself, which doesn't always happen. But if you could follow that logic, then more power to you. Dinesh, thank you for the $10. The Democrats are, well, if you're being serious about that, then jump on over into the question widget, and we can have a conversation. If you're new to this community, I will gladly speak to the where you are in the world. Over in the question widget, we'll get to that in just 1 minute as I swivel around and take a look at Cash App and see if anything is happening over there. And it appears that nothing is happening. Just checking out a piece of information that was sent me. I'm not sure exactly what this is in reference to. And regrettably, it is so full of ads, I can't even... Oh, it's another, looks like another white female was murdered by an anti-white, non-white male. This is the allegation. And I'm not going to say any names, but it appears that she was as young as being in 8th grade. So she's 13 years old, maybe. And yeah, it says motive not known. But these stories pour in all the time. I can't tell you how many times I've heard these horror stories about the anti-whites and what they're doing to us. And then I say, okay, well, let's do something to recapture our destiny. Let's do something productive. And then it's, well, we're doing something productive when we say god-awful things. All right, let's see. Vigil says, hello, NWG. Friend and friends, I guess, just bought Going Free. Should have had a long time ago, but I finally did it. I will make sure to share with friends when I'm done reading. Well, thank you so much for that, brother. Your world is going to be changed. It is absolutely going to be changed because it is a different world. It's a different story that you're going to be inside of rather than the story that you've been in. Jonas says, it is true for language. Is it true? Is it also true for languages other than English? I guess. The words you use as mental tools, I don't know. Hey, Jared George is here. Great to see one of the greatest champions in the white positive sphere. Great to see you, brother. All right. Sliding right along here and just seeing if there's anything else that I need to address. I didn't get an opportunity to get to the during the first hour, the MP for today. So I'm going to jump up to the MP right now, the MP being that meme pathogen that we occasionally hear people who shouldn't be saying this, should be just steering clear no matter what they think. And then, of course, from anti-whites all the time, and that is that Jesus is not or was not white. Jesus is not or was not white. Now, I know I've been around atheists who are white sympathetic and pagans who are white sympathetic, and for some reason they want to victimize our white brothers and sisters who happen to be Christian and who also believe that Jesus Christ was white or is white. And I'm going to have the MC, the meme curative for this in iteration 2. Along with some commentary about it. But in brief, the meme curative for the Jesus is not or was not white is you want him to be non-white because taking a white Jesus away from white Christians victimizes them, which makes you anti-white. Or if you are white positive, you need to realize that this behavior is anti-white and you need to stop it. It's that simple. So if our brothers and sisters, now if you have family, whatever it is, friends, they're Christian, for them Jesus Christ is white, then how dare you victimize them by taking that away from them? Do you know if Jesus Christ even existed? So you don't know whether Jesus Christ, if you are, whether you are, a Christian, a non-Christian, atheist, a pagan, you have no idea whether or not somebody called Jesus Christ, an individual, even existed. But you are going to aver that he's not white? Are you kidding? Or that he wasn't white? There are people who say that he did exist, and he was the Son of God, and others who say he did exist, but he was a philosopher. Others say that it was an amalgam of a bunch of different people. I'll tell you this. If you weren't there, as none of these researchers, no matter how learned they are on the issue, if you weren't there, you don't know what race he is or was. Furthermore, and you can certainly say this to other Christians if it is problematic for you and your family, and you're either a practicing Christian or culturally Christian, how dare a human being put shackles on God and what God's able to do? I'll tell you this. In the stories that I have that take place inside of Prometheus Rising, there is a scene where there is, it's just a little bit of a preview because it's related to this, where one of the gods appears differently, simultaneously to different people. So those who are looking upon him see what they want to see. Do you think that if Jesus Christ or his Father, however you break it down, would lack that power? Do you seriously think that he would be unable to look like an Arab to Arabs, a white man to white men, an Asian to Asians? I think that a creator would be able to do that quite easily. And if you want to, I'm not going to get into the theological debates, but I've been through the Bible, and I can tell you right now, the segment where Judas is pointing him out, the point there is to condemn Judas, because if the Romans just went and snatched him, well, then guess who wasn't a traitor? And in the Revelation, it's clearly poetry. I've actually, maybe many of you have had the issue too, where they come forward and they say, well, his hair was wool or whatever. Well, they say white as white wool. So the power of interpretation. So for those out there who are atheists and for those out there who are pagans, if you want to be treated kindly by those of the white race out there who are Christians, if you don't want them to say, well, you know that your God was actually this and not that, because when it comes to pagans, don't overlook the fact that there are plenty of you now who are claiming the multiracial status of pagan gods, and that they're the gods of all peoples on planet Earth as well. So don't act like you don't have a glass house to carry some Christian thinking forward. But if you weren't there, you don't know. To say Jesus wasn't white or is not white is just to victimize a white person. You are not going to see anti-whites saying to black Christians when they go in a black church, when they see a black Jesus, you're not going to hear an anti-white telling them that Jesus wasn't, and you're not going to hear me say it either, because the ear is against the door. So very simply, you want him to be non-white, because taking a white Jesus away from white Christians victimizes them, which makes you an anti-white. Or if you are white positive, you need to realize that this is anti-white behavior and you need to stop it. And I'll also entertain any objections to that, of which I don't know if there are going to be many or few or none or indifferent. But for those Christians out there, I can't believe it. I mean, I give in my stories a God that I invest in all the gods in my story, the ability to appear any way he or she wants to those whose eyes fall upon him or her, to sound any way. Why would a God lack that power? How perfectly, I don't know, I want to say human, to just restrict a creator. You think the thing can create the universe, but it's going to pick one. I've said my piece on that. We got to get to this young girl, because this is where the rubber meets the road. And I'm going to share this right now. We're talking about language, and there's this 18-year-old woman. She's making a video of herself. We are going to listen to a little bit. I'll stop. I'll speak to it a little bit. But ultimately, this is a question of, what story do you want this white woman, this young white woman, to live her life in? Do you want her to live her life inside the anti-white narrative? Do you want her speaking with the language of white oppression, this white negative language? Or do you want her to live her life in our story, where at the beginning here she says she's a queen, where in our story she actually is. She's a hero in our story. In our story, she is beautiful. In our story, she is the hero. She will be able to comport herself as the hero in her conversations, of which she will have many. Or do you want her life ruined? That's the question I put to all of these people who want to stay trapped in the anti-white narrative. Everybody who's lurching that direction now.
Someone explain to me what's wrong with white pride, because I'm so proud to be white.
Let me just stop it right there. And first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to ask everybody if you can hear me okay while I have this video up on the screen now. I want to see if my audio works. I've never used this before. But this feature before on this platform. Okay, thank you, Jesse Link and Andre and Euro Yankee. All right, and Brant says the audio is okay. You can hear her okay as well as me. Listen to what she starts off with. She's already headed down a bad path. Why is she headed down a bad path? Why? Because there are so many people out there who continue using the language of white oppression, and it matters what language you use. It is infinitely important. How are the people around her, strangers, new friends, potential boyfriends, maybe the guy who would have ended up being her husband and father of her children, how are they going to receive white pride? Have they heard that somewhere? Haven't they heard it and read it in books and that the regime has produced in television show after television show and movie after movie? And what does it mean? Is it this attractive young woman who just cares about our people? She's at that point now that we've talked about before, ladies and gentlemen, where all of us have been. When we first get started, it is this truly heroic, beautiful moment in our lives. When we say the world is against our people, the world is destroying Western civilization and Western kind. I have to do something. I'll sacrifice myself. That's the point that this young woman is at. Where do you want her to go? What language do you want her using? I can tell you right now that there's only one route that is going to protect her and make her look like the good guy.
Me, what's wrong with white pride? Because I'm so proud to be white. Like, I am a white queen. I am a goddess. Look at these freckles. Look at this complexion.
All right. Je ne sais quoi. This is a wonderful young woman who is sick and tired of what she has grown up with. 18 years old, 18 years of her life, everywhere she's looked. And I want you to see past the bravado. I want you to see past the shell that she's putting up to protect her emotions. Because that's exactly what she's doing. She is beautiful. Her freckles are beautiful. Her complexion is beautiful. But that's immaterial. She only feels like she has to say it because she's been told that everyone else, all the non-white races, are beautiful. What does that mean? Everybody can conclude that if all of these other races are beautiful, and there's one race you can't say is beautiful, then that race is ugly. She is defending herself. Why are there so few people out there who can see the truth through the bravado, through the bluff, through the fog of war? Why are there so few willing to listen to the truth? What would Ant-Nats, what would some of these clubs who want to, they make banners that look just like World War II banners. What would they like for this young lady? Does that not piss you off all to hell? They'd like to see her dressed up in some ugly costume with some flag on the wall that represents the purest of evil to the world. Maybe not to you, because you've done some reading. You're apodictic and you've done some reading. And so now you have this apodictic position. But to the rest of the world, it means pure evil. These groups of men, of boys rather, of males, of boys, they'd like to see her with some hideous banner behind her, dressed up in some sort of costume, saying the ugliest things possible. And then they're going to give her a bunch of attention. And she's going to think that she's doing something. And she'll definitely be doing something. She'll be ruining her life. So let's take a step back for a moment, because it's going to be easy to get ahead of myself. This girl has endured 18 years of psychological torture. It's called anti-whiteism. She doesn't know the way out. She's trapped in the story of her victimizer. She's concluded that she's ugly because everyone else is beautiful, that she's evil because everyone else is good, that she's talentless because all of the other races have the talent. That's the only conclusion that's left. She's learned, on top of logical deductions that the anti-whites give us, that her people are evil, that she carries an evil seed inside of her, that she needs to make amends, that she needs to surrender herself, that she needs to white flight into drug and drink and tattoos marring her flesh. This is abuse. This is a young woman. If you don't look at this young woman and feel her pain and not want to wrap your arms around her and tell her that these people were awful, that everything they said was lies, if you don't feel that that's what she needs, then there's something wrong with you. This is what this young woman needs. She has been abused for 18 years of her life. And now she's so sick of it. She's now decided to make this stand, to create a video where she's going to say, what's the problem with, and she doesn't know any other verbiage to use. So she's saying white pride. What's the problem? Why can't I love myself? Why can't I love my people? Why can't I have pride in myself? Why can't I have pride in my people? She's coming to the conclusion that something needs to be done for our people. You're seeing it happen. These are the incipient moments that you all went through. If God had only enabled somebody like you or me to be there for you, to be there for her, instead of her landing on YouTube channels, or now increasingly Odyssey channels, and these people getting kicked from one place to the next, and they think that, well, there's nothing wrong with what they're doing. They're just going to have to leapfrog for the rest of their existence. Instead, she's going to end up at those places. So what you're seeing right there in this beautiful face of this young white woman, having to say that she's a queen, that look at her complexion, that it's beautiful. What you're seeing is pain.
I'm loving it. I'm not hating anyone else because they're not white. I love your pigment too.
So there you have the disclaimer. And because she's inside the anti-white narrative, and this is typical of patriots, conservatives, Republicans, is the disclaimer. I love myself. Oh, but don't think that I'm evil just because because I know that instantly I go in the anti-white narrative, I go into the evil category. So do you see what she just revealed? A lifetime of training that caring for white people is evil. She would not have to give a disclaimer if she had not been trained that caring about white people, that loving her own kind, that loving herself is evil. She would not have to give a disclaimer if she hadn't been taught that it is evil to love yourself if you're white, that it is immoral to care about white people, even white babies. This is victimization. My God, don't let me be the only one that can see it. My God, let's let people get to her with Go Free so that she can truly love herself, so that she doesn't get down this bad path that ruins everything. How many of you right now, you don't speak up, you don't have to speak up, but how many of you right now who are listening live or in replay wrecked your lives with that Bravo Sierra that you were given? A lot. Some of you got lucky and you didn't wreck your life. Or maybe your life was already so miserable there wasn't any wrecking to do to it. But don't you dare then say, because you wrecked your life, well, then who cares what happens to her? Or who cares what happens to the white girl who is half this attractive? Or the white young man who is built like a basketball? Don't you dare. Instead, get righteously indignant about what these dirtbags in these white sympathetic spheres are going to try to do to her, what they've done to other women. And then you want me to say, well, there are all these other methods. You know what? You know, all these other methods, all these other ways that are success. You know, if she'll just say some really ugly things, you know, that might be another option, right? That might be a path. How about some really hideous cartoons? What if she shares some of that? Is that another path for her too? How about if she goes to a place where they're holding some sort of conservative event, and she gets up there and she asks some sort of really edgy question that ruins her for life. And then the anti-whites find out where she lives, or they just threaten to know where she lives, and they contact her, and she can't live a day of her life without fear. And then to make amends, she thinks, well, I don't want to be stalked for the rest of my life. I don't want my house to get burnt down. I don't want the children I eventually have to be murdered. So to make up for it, then she's going to go out and get herself a non-white boyfriend. See, everything's changed now. These are real lives that these others who want to talk, who want to slander me and misrepresent going free, these are the lives that they want to see ruined. So there was the disclaimer.
But I'm proud of mine. I'm proud of the white people.
There you have it. Purest love and innocence. Purest love and innocence, and a recognition of what's happening to Western kind and Western civilization. This is the moment that I talk about so often for all of us. This happened for all of us. And then regrettably, you didn't have going free. I have no idea who this 18-year-old woman is. I don't know where she is. I wrote, somebody's got to find out who she is and who knows her and can get her go free, get the family, her family of origin go free. So then when she goes to make the family of her creation, with the husband she chooses and the children that they bring forth in love, they're both going free. That is going to be a heartbeat of the recapture of our destiny.
And something's wrong with that. But nothing's wrong with being proud if you're black.
So there she's pointing out there's something wrong with that. Do you hear the white negative language? She just said what's happening in her subconscious mind. There is something wrong with caring about white people. There is something wrong with having pride. And when she's saying the word pride, she's talking about concern, care, succor of Western kind. That's what she's took, because Western kind is being victimized. How much pride are you going to have in a you got to look back at our accomplishments to have pride in the things we've done. She's not being just simply motivated by, why can't I be happy that Newton did this or that? No. She's talking about the victimization of our people. She said there is something wrong with that. Now, why would she talk that way? Why would you talk that way? Because you were in their story. You are a Flatlander. That's all you can see. But you are going free. You're not going to talk that way because you are going free. And Lord willing, this young woman will go free and she won't talk that way anymore. And now don't bother me with this, oh, well, she's just trying to make a point. No, that's all Bravo Sierra. That's all Bravo Sierra. I've dealt with it for decades now. You're not pushing anything past me. She is saying the audio that is circulating in her head, that there's something wrong with caring about Western kind. And then she's pointing out, but there's nothing wrong, because that's the audio circulating that she's been taught, with caring about the non-white races. She specifically picks the black race, but she knows that it holds true for the non-white races.
Then you can be proud of your ancestors. You can say, I love black people. You can say black people are the best. You can say, I hate white people.
So she started pointing out there the dichotomy that every white child notices as they grow up. She's become an adult at 18 now. They grow up and they see exactly what I was talking about at the beginning of her clip, that the non-white children, all the children are taught, white and non-white, that non-white, everybody's equal, but non-whites are better. Everyone's equal, but non-whites are special. They have to get preferential treatment and special privileges. Well, if someone is special, the only way to have a special is for there to be a group that is not special. Non-white people are the special ones. The group that's not special are Western kind, is Western kind. So she has internalized that. It's her world. The anti-white narrative is her existence. I have been looking at this for decades, and I will continue preaching it, even if we get down to one person listening to me, because they all want to go the direction of the speaking only with the words that the anti-whites allow them to speak with and think that they're doing something. And ruining as many lives as they possibly can, because they would love to get to this girl and start talking about what? You need to start talking about the Marxists and the Bolsheviks and the communists. And you got to talk about the people who are behind those deaths. You have to name those people. And then what happens for this woman? She is in intense pain. And then she points out that in this dichotomy, that you are allowed to hate white people. What is she saying when she said, you can say, quote, I hate, and then I got to be careful for the ear against the door. You know how the AI is, but white people. She is saying that society is allowed to say that it hates me, talking about herself. If that doesn't break your heart, you don't have one. Do you have children? That's what they're saying in their heads. Society is allowed to hate me. Her people is who she is. She can't escape it. This is the glorious angelic direction. The other direction white people go is to become anti-white. So you could just as easily find a video of a young white woman, 18 years of age, talking about how evil the white race is and holding up her phone to show you the picture of her latest non-white boyfriend or whatever it is, or girlfriend or whatever it is. You could just as easily find that video. She's saying society is allowed to say that they hate me. They hate the people I care about. They hate the people that I love. If society is allowed to say that they hate the people that I care about and love, that means that those people have been, she can't put it into words this way, but dehumanized. And if they've been dehumanized and I've been dehumanized, it means I can be physically harmed. The harm that is the victimization of me and my people I care about and the totality of my people is moral. That's what she is grappling with as she's saying these things. Do you really think now, when you see me get so animated and so worked up, that it's not deserving at this point? Do you really think I should be more patient with the people who would love to get at this girl? And they're trying right now. They're trying right now. And they're going to be sending her messages it doesn't matter whether they're coming from some nitwittery who says that they care about America first, or some other nitwittery who says you want to put up the equivalent of some sort of twisted cross or whatever it is. It doesn't matter. They're all going to get to her and say, well, it's this other group of people out there. That's the whole problem. You just get rid of them and then everything's just fine. As though saying get rid of a group of people is moral, as though that's acceptable, as though that's going to help her at all. You shot your life down the toilet with that talk, and then you're going to allow these idiots to do this to her and all the ones like her. Now you see why I have so little patience for adults, for people who are supposed to be grown-ass men, women out there who want to joke around with the most hideous jokes and hold the most revolting positions, because I know that it's going to be ruining lives. I've seen it happen too many times.
And it's okay. But to have white pride, to display white pride on social media in today's world, you can't. So explain to me what's wrong with white pride.
Well, honey, everything is wrong with that phrase, white pride. Everyone you know is going to hear what you have to say there, and they're going to think that you're a monster. You've got to go free. You've got to be talking about white positivity. You've got to be an advocate for white well-being, a practice. You are only this: a Westman, man, woman, and child of Western kind, a single people with many countries, many different hues on our beautiful culture and civilization. That's what you are. You are also a patriot of what obviously is the United States. And then what you do is a practice, which is going free, service to white well-being. You treat those mean pathogens that they have sown into you to destroy you. You do not fall for their story about what it's supposed to look like when you oppose them. Because when you go out into the world behaving that way, all good people will turn away from you. You will lose everything that matters. You will burn your reputation. You won't be able to get a good job. You'll end up white flighting into ugly endeavors, ugly decisions. For what? You won't do yourself any good. You won't do a future family that you could make. You won't even have a loving, beautiful future family. None of those people have loving, beautiful families. And I want the best for you. So please, if you see this, go free. I will pay for your copy of all of my books. Tell your mother and father, because at 18, you're almost assuredly still living at home, that I will send them whatever if they want the books sent to them, I will send the books to them. They can look at them first, whatever it is. But it's on me. And for everyone else out there who is young, look at this innocent face, who is young, who is or older, and you've made that decision. You've come to this beautiful moment where this woman is right now. How often is this glorious moment videotaped? You're not going to see this happen a lot. She hasn't started down that ugly path. For all of you people out there who are young or older, and you've come to this moment and you think something has to be done, my hand is out to you. The good people in service to white well-being, their hands are out to you. We want what's best for you. You can be better than you are. Whatever you thought you were good at, you can be better than that. Where you have weaknesses, you can improve those weaknesses. It's all because of the meme pathogens that your teachers, your entertainment, your guidance counselors, the rest have sown into you. We can rescue you from that. You can be redeemed. And I call on everyone in service to white well-being to make it a personal mission in your life that when you come across people who are in this beautiful moment, the most heroic of all moments. I mean, right now, if this were a movie, if this were a book, there would be trumpets, there would be spotlights on her, the entire stage of that milieu behind her, the sun itself would go dark so that she could be lit with the beauty of that solitary beam for the glory of this moment. But because it is the real world, it can just pass by to the majority of people like that. They don't have eyes to see it. I call on everybody to stand up and do the right thing for our young and our old who hit this moment of such beauty, and to get to them before all of these other endeavors that will make her into something that will ruin her life, especially the Ant-Nats. And if I end up seeing this in the coming months or years, if I end up seeing this woman with some sort of twisted banner behind her, whoever is lauding her highest for doing that, I'll find. We'll see if you all have any questions or comments on that. It is, my friends, spring, and I brought out my daisy again because you won't believe this, but my daisy has a daisy baby. Can you see that? A daisy baby. I didn't know it could happen. But sometimes you buy pets and sometimes you buy plants and they end up having babies. Let me quickly see. We also have a very lovely piece that I want to play for you all today, a request by a man with a beautiful soul, and we will get to his letter a little bit later when we get to the mailbag portion. But let me just see. I'll jump over here to Entropy. Ursa Major, great to see you with us. Financially gifting $10 at NWG. I do appreciate your theological meanderings. Well, you are so welcome. Thank you for that. Let me just say, I have embarrassed many a preacher before I left at the tender age of, I guess it was 13 was when I finally walked away, not necessarily from Christianity, but from the church, without question. As I say, if Jesus wants to appear to me, I'll just have no problem. If a God appears in front of me and says, I'm it. I'm going to go ahead and obey. I mean, that's just, it's simple. But prior to that happening, I mean, I was at these churches and I was telling this the other day that maybe I shouldn't get into, just start another, well, maybe we'll get into it another time. We're running out of time. But yes, I took on preachers at churches, different denominations, and defeated them in the argument of their own doctrine. Very embarrassing for them, but enabled me to get out of there quickly, so I wouldn't have to endure any more Bravo Sierra. And we do thank Mestizo for that magnificent background that he created. K-Max McDonald is with us, $3. Thank you so much, dear brother. Jason, can there be a show Thursday, or would it more be a promise of a show, but then a certain practical joke? It is the first day of April, where mysteriously odd things can happen. Well, actually, a very odd thing happened here several April Fool's Days ago. And the small group of us who were here, we had a hell of a lot of fun. You can find that on one of my video files. And me and Mr. George, and we're wrapping up a tap. And so I don't know, maybe not many people seemed, our immediate community here at Going Free, they enjoyed it. Beyond that, it fell upon deaf ears, even though it was a heck of a lot of fun and quite funny. But thank you, K-Max. We also have Holden. Let's get a round of applause for Holden, because he just financially gifted $100 US. $100. Thank you so much for that very kind financial gift to White Wellbeing. Holden writes here, I'm a young 21. I'm reading Go Free, but breaking a childhood of terrible parenting, lack of masculinity, and chaotic feminine energy has left me with a lifetime of mental illness and struggle, not to mention bullying by diverse individuals and teachers. Probably what he means is anti-white, non-white people and teachers. He writes, Jason, I'm so lost. It feels so impossible. Wow, brother. I have no friends or allies. I feel guilty when I talk about my issues. And then I think ran out of space for writing. He just, the final two words were, I fear. Boy, that's haunting. Holden, listen, brother. All the healing you need is in Going Free, but you are the one who's going to have to make it happen. Just like working out. I can give you all of the tips to working out. I could make you a great football player or baseball player. I could write it all down. I could tell you everything you needed to know. But if you don't do it, it doesn't happen, right? So you have to go free. You are already a giant leap. I'm going to tell you, a giant leap ahead of where most 21-year-olds are at. Because Maybe they had better parenting, the parents had more money, etc., all these different things. But you know that you're infected with mean pathogens. You are saying right here in these lines that you know the problems that you face, the things that are undermining you. You're able now to begin to address those things. These others will continue down those paths, and they're going to spend gobs of money on psychotherapists and psychiatrists and self-help books and self-help seminars, and nothing will come of it. Nothing of any value. And on the outside, they might be able to make it look like they have it together, but on the inside, their lives are miserable. They're fighting in the houses. They're being dominated by, if it's a male, being dominated by the woman in the house, and he hates her for it, and she's dominating him, and she hates herself and him for it. You are leagues ahead. So do this first thing. Count your blessings. You're with us here in Going Free. And you'll have all of the proper leadership and example of what masculinity is, what masculinity does, what glory is, how we behave. You have Going Free, and the second iteration of Going Free is coming soon. And then there's going to be, beginning of next year, third edition, even more material already being put together. Think about how far ahead you are of all of those people who are yet to even come across Go Free. So it is magnificent to have you here with us. It's magnificent to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. And we're going to help you out every step of the way. You need to realize the first thing that you're already onto right there, that all of this that you're referring to as mental illness, this is all garbage that has been sown into you. You're going to have to use your conscious mind to deal with it, which is not an easy task. You're going to stumble because you're human. We're fallible. That's normal. All that matters is that you keep that compass direction headed toward the western sunrise, and that you're going to keep getting back up, and you're going to keep that commitment and promise to yourself. You're going to keep heading that direction with determination. And my friend, you're going to be far more man than males 3 times, 4 times your age, males who've gone through the military, males who have succeeded at officer school, males who on and on and on. You'll be far more of a man than all of them. There are blank pages in the story of our victory, of the reclamation of our destiny. And all you need to do is pick up the pen and put your name in there. Write the story of your life in the deeds that you're going to make from that very moment when you acquired Go Free and going forward. You have a real chance now, a real chance to make something truly glorious of yourself. Stick with us. When you have questions and troubles, jump into the live chat, ask folks in the live chat, ask me, ask Jared George when we're live on tap, put it in the question widget, and we'll get to as many as we possibly can. And I will send you, if you are connected to me on Telegram, or no, go to knowwhiteguilt.org, pull up the link to be able to communicate with me, send me your email address, and let me know who you are, that you're from the show, and I will buy you a copy of the Kindle version of Go Free, so that when the second edition comes out, you won't have to purchase that. You'll just be able to download it. This is what I'm told. So do that, brother. I'm excited for you. I'm excited for you. I've known too many people who have grown up in these one parent households with crazy mothers who are, I know exactly, I've heard the story so many times, brother. You're not alone. We're going to be there for you every step of the way. Look to how I behaved in Crucible. Look to how I behaved in Born Guilty. And if there's anything I've done, of all the mistakes that I've made in my life, it has always been to just keep the compass direction pointed toward that western sunrise. And I've always been able to go back, admit where I'm wrong, correct where I've been wrong, and as a consequence, been a man because of it. You can make it. I have faith in you. God bless you, brother. Thank you for being here with us. International Puppy has shown up 25. And let's get another round of raucous emojis, not just for that financial gift from Holden. That's a huge, I mean, for anybody of any age, working class, $100 is massive. 21-year-old, that is a massive amount of money. Bless you, brother. That is truly glorious. Thank you. Let's get, though, another round of raucous emojis for having the courage to admit this in the live chat. What a difference. What a difference. Do you want to be, folks? Holden is going to become a hero, and he's going to be able to mentor other young men when he gets older. Maybe he'll be 25, maybe he'll be 26, and he'll already be in a place of manhood, achievement, that he'll be able to mentor others. And that's what we want for him. But what would have happened to Holden had he gone off to one of these other circles? More power to these, where they're doing things that are doing good work and it comports with my morality. But far too often, you know exactly what would have ended up happening to this young man. So thank you for having the courage to stand up and admit to these things, brother. International Puppy financially gifts $25. Thank you. And he writes, in continuing honor of Doolittle's summer shorts and the owner's heroic achievements. Yes, all of his heroic achievements. Thank you, International Puppy, for reminding us again and again of that fiasco. And they had hundreds of thousands of followers. Doolittle and John Mark. Do nothing. Do diddle. And John Mark. Hundreds of thousands. I beat them on their ideas. I proved them wrong several times in their ideas. And still, for so many, then they went and signed their names on documents that, went right to the government. Greek man over here says, white well-being is changing lives, families, and our people for the better. Thank you for that testimonial, dear brother. It's very important. Thank you. Rax says, poor whites won't be able to feed their kids. Please speak of it. So this is some sort of article. And it says in the Daily Mail, City of Oakland. Now, this is a headline. This is not my opinion. I am just telling you what the Daily Mail says on dailymail.com. City of Oakland mayor is branded, and this is the anti-white slur, racist. We translate whenever we look at their material. It's one of the ways we go free. Is branded a racist for giving families of color, meaning non-white. And what is happening? We are being persecuted when anti-whites use the anti-white slur, families of color or people of color, because we are being cleaved off of humanity. $500 a month if they earn under $59,000 with no rules on how they can spend it, but offering poor white families nothing. So this is a great opportunity, and another opportunity to show the dichotomy. What would you say to the young lady who said, why can't she have pride? About this article, what would you share with her? What would, I don't know, say pick any other content or thought leader or organizational leader throughout the white sympathetic spheres. What might they say? The reason I'm talking, by the way, demonstrating the difference here, if you haven't noticed, is because I'm talking about saving lives. And if you have a problem with that, if you say, well, Jason, he shouldn't say anything negative about any of the other groups. If you have a problem with that, go to hell. Because my concern is for those lives that are going to get ruined. And if that's not where your concern is, you're in the wrong place. If you think that I'm actually going to worry about some adult males or adult females that are ruining people's lives, I'm going to worry about their feelings rather than lives getting ruined, you've got some messed up priorities. We got to get back to what it means to being real men and women of the West. So what would you say to the young lady if you could tell her about this story? Well, if you're going free, you would talk about how let's see, Rex says here, poor whites won't be able to feed their kids. You would put all the focus on the suffering of the white families here. And there are many ways you can talk about the suffering, many ways that you can talk about how they're suffered. From the economic, of course, like Rex is doing, talking about the economic food aspect of it, medicine, being able to pay for medicine, all of the different economic veins by which these families are going to be harmed. What about the psychological harm being done? What about the standard that'll be, now that it's happened, it will be used to do something more anti-white in the future, because now they have a basis for it. So you could go on and on to talk about how this victimizes our people. And then she'll be able to talk about it with those around her as the hero, as the person who is moral, who is upstanding, who has the good character. How would people in the other white sympathetic, not every single one, I mean, there are white positive people, great folks out there that would handle this differently, I think. But I think we all know that the majority in the white sympathetic sphere would say, let's look up the mayor's racial heritage. And then if that doesn't pan out to the particular group that they hate, well, then let's talk about the donors to that particular, and it's all these people, and let's just talk more about that. Now what happens to that young lady when she goes home and she says, I'm sick of all of this persecution, Mom, Dad. And Mom, Dad is trying to just say, look, let's just get through this world. And she's saying, no, I've got a whole life ahead of me. You all are got one foot in the grave. I've got a life and children, and where am I going to go? And they're saying, well, just hold on, put the brakes on. And she's saying, no, it's all about this other group. We have to destroy this other group. What's it going to do with the family? What's it going to do with the friends? What kind of people will she attract talking like that? What kind of jobs will she be able to hold? But Jason, what about all of these other content creators? Their feelings might get hurt. Anonymous writes here, would we get put on a so-called white supremacy list for supporting you? No. If you are going free and you are what I say we are, you are a Westman man, woman, or child, you are a patriot of your country, and what you do is a practice called going free, there is nothing written anywhere that says you get on a list. There are things written. There's no speculation. They've written it down. If you identify as this, you go on the list. If you use, now they have all of the verbiage now. It's all coded, just like they do for gangs and gang signs. Guess what's not there? White well-being. Oh, but Jason, it might be there at some point. We hope it does. And we hope that we've reached enough of our brothers and sisters that it absolutely blooms white roses around the world when they decide to do something that stupid. Let me read on. I just want to know, because I have a lot to lose. I am a major stock company owner. Well, and asking if the stock company owner can donate to me anonymously. As you might imagine, anonymous, you may absolutely be that. I have no way of knowing. We have a lot of if you are not very often in these sorts of chats, they're called trolls, a lot of subverters. No way to know. If you would like to financially gift to me, and you may just go to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org, And you can pull up the link to contact me, send me an email, tell me that you're anonymous, and that you claim to own a major stock company and that you would like to financially gift, and we can talk about it. But as you might imagine, we very rarely have anybody show up who, I mean, we have working class folks, and God, I love every single penny that they financially gift. And they are valued far beyond their ability to financial gift. This I can tell you for certain. But we stopped holding our breath a long time ago when it came to anybody of any real wealth, anonymously or otherwise, financially gifting. But please reach out to me at knowwhiteguilt.org. And there is a spot right there on the website where you can send me an email. Make sure I know who you are in that email, and we'll make it happen. But nowhere is it written on any of these documents that white well-being and the work that we're doing here is categorized in the same categories as white supremacy and all of these other names. White nationalist is on these lists. Many of these documents are public, and I can't say anything else about how I may or may not know anything else. But I'm warning people, and some people don't like the warning because they like certain names. They feel tougher when they feel like the bad guy in the movie, because the bad guy, he sure had a great swagger on him, and he drove a really nice car, whatever it was, and that makes them feel better about themselves. And I guess they'll be feeling better about themselves without the right to self-defense and ability to travel. And we were talking, and who else was it? Was it Venner who told me that I've presented no evidence? I've presented 9 months, 10 months of evidence. I mean, are you suffering from some sort of short-term memory issue? I provide the documents. We want to get to the document as well, the rest of this DNI report, before we're wrapped up today. So Anonymous also writes, can we advocate for white well-being in non-white areas? No, don't do that. There have been people who, in non-white areas, you're going to come across, remember, they are all inside the anti-white narrative as well. So if you show up there and you're talking, maybe you distribute leaflets or something, and even and saying no white guilt on the leaflets, some of those people are going to get afraid. They're going to become afraid because they're not going to have you there to say, well, look, here's what white well-being actually is. You have nothing to fear from us because we would love for you to oppose anti-whiteism with us. You're not going to be there to explain it to them. And we don't want anybody to get scared. So we also want you to maximize your time to bring people over to Going Free. So it simply does not make sense to distribute literature in a non-white area for the two reasons of, one, we don't want anybody to be frightened and unnecessarily frightened because they're living inside the anti-white narrative. And two, we want to maximize the time we spend. So you're going to find, where are you going to go fishing? Are you going to go fishing where there are fish? Or are you going to go fishing where there are other things other than fish? The Orange Brother, is it still safe to call ourselves patriots even after the Capitol riot? Not using the term, not using the word patriot in the way that it's been used. You're just patriotic about your country. You're a patriot. You love whatever the panoply of whatever country it is. So I'm speaking in general terms when I say this. That's what I mean. Yes, and you can absolutely still love your country. You can be, by the general term, patriotic about your country. You stand for the anthem. The whole thing. The Orange also writes here. This is a great question too. Thank you, the Orange. And he adds, you are my favorite red-pilled content creator, brother. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that, especially with all of these dirtbags writing to say how oh my gosh, the sort of ridiculous things that they claim and assert. Okay, we also have Sloths. The Great Sloth says, wish I could contribute more. I do pay monthly on Patreon under a different name, but the work you're doing is so important. Keep it up, brother, and thank you. Well, thank you, Sloths, as a great champion. Holden, I mean, Sloths is a great guy to look up to. So many are who are serving white well-being. He's there every day, and that's one of the ways in the live chats, in the Twitter chats. You can get into Twitter. Sloths has been doing it forever. So many have been doing it forever on Twitter, on YouTube, these places. And if you're going free and you're using our lexicon, our dialectics, which are actually effective at helping our people and changing our milieu, our world for the better, you don't automatically get kicked off of these platforms like you do when you share these ideas from these other realms. I have lost over right at around, I think it's 1,500 followers on Twitter. Those are people who get onto Twitter and they say ugly things, and it's very easy for anti-whites. They look down and they say, well, we don't want this and then fill in the anti-white slur. Let's get rid of that person. Now, that doesn't mean that they at 100% won't get rid of you if you are going free and you're just talking about the love for our people. And but it's going to have to be somebody who is vehemently anti-white, who pulls the trigger on you there. Don't think it's going through like some sort of big, like you're so important that it's going through some sort of big mill of individuals before they finally decide you're gone or you stay. But there's no reason to be getting kicked off. And Sloths has been there for a long time, doing a great job. But I was going to say, Holden, it helps you practice the meme curatives, dealing with anti-whites, dealing with vagues out there. And that, in turn, is treating you for your meme pathogens. Greek man says to me, thank you for being here with us, brother, in this dark time. Well, you're most welcome for that. And thank you for being with us. Yonash, how does that apply to language? Are different languages just different tools for the same job? Yeah, exactly, precisely. You got it right. Popcorn Power writes, would using the term yellow striped Republican or yellow street Republican toward politicians who cave to anti-whites causing harm to their constituents help slow their cooperation with anti-whites? No, I'm afraid not. The anti-whites or the Republicans who are anti-white are serving an anti-white agenda. Nothing's going to stop them from doing that. They are anti-whites themselves. It's not just the money behind them. They're anti-whites to various degrees. The Republican Party is not the opposition to the anti-whites. And there's no way, but you can, you can practice your MCs. Call up there, if you want to call up their office and say, hey, you are my senator, you are my House member, I want you to do X, Y, or Z. And if you don't, it's because of this MP, and it's because you are anti-white. And I'm going to know that you're anti-white. And I'll tell all my friends and family in the whole neighborhood how anti-white you are. Do that. And it will help you the whole time that you're having those conversations as well. And when you start using anti-white around elected individuals, they get nervous. They get very nervous. I can tell you, we were full steam ahead prior to the election. And there has been obviously a huge setback because of the election, but we were full steam ahead in a way that I was even able to predict for you all, if you remember. How can the guy that can predict things as big as that, it's amazing. It's just amazing. No interest whatsoever, but okay. But yeah, that's how you do it, Popcorn Power. Call them anti-white, use our verbiage, you'll make waves. And here we go. This is one of the Ant-Nats showed up on the question widget saying, name the puppies. and get out of the room and do something. Does your dollars go to protein supplements? Are you scared to leave your bedroom? Oh, son, you are barely wet behind the ears. I don't know why you bother. All right, let's see what's over here, and then we're going to listen to some really glorious music here in a moment, and we'll see if anything has showed up over. If it hasn't shown up over here, I'm going to wonder if somebody should try to send maybe a single dollar over on. Let me just check, because I'll begin to wonder if we have been censored from another platform. No, we haven't. So thank God. Actually, what we'll do, I think, is we will listen to this glorious piece of music, and then we will come back. And this music is Lackmes, and it is the Flower Duet. It is truly glorious. I have already run it into my YouTube channel to have YouTube check it about copyrights and the like. And so we're good. There will be no issues. So I will play that. It is truly glorious. And it was requested. We'll speak about that when we come back as well, when we get into the mailbag. It was requested by a individual gentleman going free who has a truly beautiful soul. We also want to get to, gosh, we've got a bunch of things that we've got to move on to. What is this? What is this? Did that play? I think maybe, let's make sure I have it, because what happened to it? It does appear to have disappeared. Oh, no, it hasn't disappeared, because we're going to play it directly from, and this is what I wanted to ask you. If we still have Luke Mason with us, or Funal, whoever's got really good ears and good speakers, let me know if the things that play from the computer, directly from the computer, sound better or worse vis-a-vis things that play through this software from the internet. I'd really like to ascertain. I hope it's better from the computer, but this will be Lackmes and the Flower Duet, and then we will be, and I wonder if I should also, I probably have to make the change to the mic. We'll listen to this and we'll be right back.
de neige,
exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
All right, let's keep rolling. I saw Fernald say that it was extremely clear. Did it start extremely clear? Because initially the mic didn't have that little change to it that I have to make about the echo canceling. So was it as clear at the beginning? We don't need to know right now, but if you have that question in mind, maybe we can look back and listen to it and see to your ear if it sounded the same, because to my ear, I won't be able to tell. It's noise. It's all noise. I have strengths and I have weaknesses, and I recognize where those weaknesses are. And then when I have weaknesses, I find people that have strengths in those areas. And Fernald and Imminent Rain and so many others, they've got a lot of strengths where I have weaknesses. So does Grayman the Gray. So many have strengths where I have weaknesses. Grayman the Gray says that was very nice. It sure was beautiful. So why don't we go over to the mailbag right now, and we'll just jump into the next segment. We're going to keep talking about everything you want to talk about, folks. But we're going to go ahead and jump into the next segment and keep this moving along and talk about as I say, the wonderful gentleman who requested that piece. Wasn't that absolutely lovely? I haven't heard the Flower Duet in. Oh, it's criminal. It is sickening that we are deprived. That doesn't have to be your cup of tea. Maybe you're a motocross person or what. It doesn't have to be. I mean, there's something that's going to speak to your soul there. Just hearing it, just knowing it. You should know it exists. Our whole lives, we should have been exposed to the glory of Western kind and Western civilization. They deny us that. They denied that beautiful 18-year-old woman that, didn't they? She doesn't know how glorious our people are. She has no concept. And what's more important that we know here in Going Free? That all of that glory, all of that achievement is inside of her. It's inside of you too. That's why they don't want you to know. They don't want you hearing things like this and feeling that harmony. So it's been a long time, and been too long, and it can really, it's so pretty, bring tears to my eyes. This is the one and only. Let's get a big round of applause for I Got Worked, who requested that beautiful piece of music and wrote this letter. Dear brother, thank you so much. He writes, I've recently taken your advice and cut out all the doom dissectors. And now I'm just listening to your channel and PWR, the few documentaries as well, here and there, that interest me. My mood, it has improved immensely. In honor of our beautiful people during springtime, my request is that you please play the music by Lackmes, the Flower Duet, during the Sunday show. It's classical, sung in French, and heavenly. Readily available on the internet. And this wonderful gentleman with a beautiful soul, and anybody who would recommend a piece like that is, has a beautiful soul. Also, let's get those raucous emojis together. Financially gifted, $100. $100 financial gift. So big round of raucous emojis. We love you back. I Got Work. Thank you so very much. It's always great to see you in the mailbag. And everyone, it's always great to see everyone. It's always great to see you. I Got Worked in the mailbag. Thank you so much. What a beautiful recommendation. I've listened to it probably more than half a dozen times. That's conservative. Since I received your letter, it's so truly beautiful. And it was a real joy to be able to share that with the community here in service to white well-being, doing truly beautiful things to the soundtrack of beautiful music. That's the kind of people that we are. But the whole range, we embrace. Even jazz. Remember, we had jazz here, a gentleman going free, and we welcome that as well. So you make more jazz music about going free. Tell the story of going free, and whatever. Of course, two of the greatest musicians are with us right tonight. Imminent Rain and For Null and Jared George, and I'm probably missing. There's probably some others in there I missed, but those were at least the ones that I saw. Truly beautiful piece of music. I want to jump over quickly to the financial gifts over here. We have, let's see, Ron financially gifting $20. Thank you so very much, Ron. And he writes, per Go Free, the term anti-whiteism is IRL effective. $20 financial gift, a testimonial to the effectiveness of going free, the lexicon and the dialectics, but then also verbiage saying the term anti-whiteism is effective in real life. It absolutely is. And I will tell you this. I'm going to pull some audio. Groundhog the Great. I caught that. The great Groundhog Fury reached out, and we all know what an amazing talent he is. But he reached out to me and said that that there was this news broadcast about some literature with anti-whiteism on it that it opposed. That these people oppose anti-whiteism, and the news reporters were actually, just as it's meant to work, any leaflet is just like any other leaflet, right? Any set of words is just like any other set of words, right? You're not doing anything unless you stop talking, although that's all, of course, they're doing. But you're not doing anything because words don't matter, except words is what took down Western civilization, donkey. So they're reading right off their teleprompter what it says on these. The leaflets say they oppose anti-whiteism. And you know what every white person at home is thinking? What's wrong with opposing anti-whiteism? And what's anti-whiteism? It sounds like something that opposes white people, and I'm white. So anti-whiteism. And then the news channel is saying that there's something wrong with opposing the thing that opposes people for being white? What? Now, if the leaflets say any other thing that you've seen on leaflets over the years, what's the response at home? They can say all they want, like the mayor of the town did, want to say, oh, well, we don't want this. It's so much better. It's so it tastes so beautiful. It looks so beautiful and tastes so delicious. When the mayor is saying words matter, we're not going to have this anti-white slur. And they just got done showing and reading the leaflet that says they object to anti-whiteism. Yes, mayor. Say that some more. Put those together side by side as often as possible for the population. Good. Good. $20. Thank you so much, Ron. Ron shows up all the time. He's a great guy. And we have another great guy showing up. And I know he's got one son of the West named Jason. DB Cooper, financially gifting $20. Hello, dear brother. And my best to you and your wife and all of your children, and especially to that son of the West, Jason. $20 financial gift. He writes, did you figure out if Mr. Sad plagiarized your work? Well, that is a great question. Thank you for bringing it up again, the issue. I have not had an opportunity. I've been so busy. I haven't had an opportunity to get back into his book, but I absolutely plan on getting back into his book. If you folks, if you have the opportunity, if you want to, there is if you go onto Amazon, there is an anti-white individual by the name of SAAD. GAD is the first name, SAAD. And he's definitely anti-white because he immediately starts throwing around anti-white slurs when he gets challenged. And he has a book, and it's what's the name of that book again? I have it around here. It's yellow cover, and I have a review on it. If you read my review and you find my review helpful to understanding his book and etc., then give that review a like, because it will help others to find a review that is helpful. So thank you for bringing that up, DB Cooper, and I will get back to that, and we will take a closer look. But it is, of course, and all that I said before when he went off with all of the anti-white slurs, was that here you roll in with a almost identical concept, or identical concept under a different name, I guess I should say, and many years after me, and I'm going to take a look at your work. And he immediately launched into well, here's a genuine, and then here come the slurs. And of course, he's being pushed by Fox News, by Jordan Peterson, by all of these different people. He's making hundreds of thousands of dollars. And the publishing house that's publishing him is Regnery. And one of the family members of that publishing house is the individual who financed Richard Spencer and all of those debacles. And here we have the lovely lady, I love Jesus Christ. Thank you for being here, sweet woman. $10 financial gift. And she writes here, simply for white well-being. And that's all that really matters, isn't it? Thank you so much. Thank you for loving. And thank you for going free. Folks, and I'm gonna say it time and again, because I know there are some groups out there that are they're feeling their leaders, their petty chieftains of different groups, various stripes, are feeling challenged by going free. They're feeling challenged by Prometheus Rising. Go Free, Prometheus Rising are all designed to work with all of your ideology, your religion, whatever it is. It's meant to make you a better you, to give you the identity of a Westman, to understand who and what we are, to treat yourself for the mean pathogens, to give you access to our latent abilities that we've been denied and are easily demonstrable that this is the case. All we need to do is turn it around and say a scenario where the exact same things are done to non-white children that are done to white children. And there are a lot of these petty leaders that they're feeling challenged, and they're now trying to run members off that are talking about Go Free and going free and talking about Prometheus Rising. They're trying to just run everybody off because they're feeling really small in their smallness. And all that I can say for them is this is a destructive behavior. This is the way of the future. You cannot hold back the future. You cannot hold back tomorrow. You can scream and shout. You can stomp your feet. But there's something that works, and that means it's not going to stop. So you can be a part of what's going to work, or you can be like this little boy, and I mean it in the most disparaging way that I can, not a genuine little boy, but a little tiny male who is over here saying to do Ant-Nat things and to behave in Ant-Nat ways. Or you can be on the right side of history. You keep throwing people out, it's going to be, or pushing people out, or trying to ban, or trying to gainsay and badmouth. You're just going to end up with nobody around you in the end. And it'll be a hard time coming back from that. So thank you very much. Going Free, Prometheus Rising works with Christianity, all denominations. It works with Catholicism. It works with atheism. It works plenty pagans. Absolutely. Works with everything they're doing. No reason whatsoever that anyone should think, if you have a little petty chieftain who's ahead of your group, and believe me, I've seen this so many times. I've seen groups of 10 people split up, and maybe even fewer, split up because one person in the group thinks just a slight this way, and then the other leader. Both of them are like leader personalities, think slightly this way. And really, they're probably just making mountains out of molehills so that they can be leaders of their own 4-person groups. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. Just don't be dumb. Don't be dumb. You can't hold back tomorrow. So thank you all so very much. Let me take a quick look at you know what I'm doing while I'm faced this way. Let's go ahead and have a look at should I do that now or should I do that? Do the DNI report. Well, we'll have a go ahead and we'll have a look at the content creator. Today, a content creator that I want to highlight is Salutrian Exile. Salutrian Exile. And I will share his link in the live chat now. And make sure you follow. Salutrian Exile, one of our content creators. And I'm going to go ahead on the screen while I'm facing the monitors over here. And we're going to go ahead and pull up the Office of Director of National Intelligence, Domestic Violent Extremist Report. So this is the DNI report. And it's the one we were talking about that Biden ordered for the FBI and other counterintelligence agencies. So it's the entire intelligence community. And we've been telling you all this now 6 months prior to the election that Biden won, and warning people. And maybe a lot of people are upset because they chose not to listen then, and they continued, and now they know they're up the creek. Elaine Sabatino is here. Great to see you, dear lady. And says she's cooking and cleaning with no white guilt. I love it. I'm glad to see it. James says the FBI are evil. I concur. All right, we're going to jump down. So what they've been doing is all of those bills, all of those laws, all of those orders that we talked about prior to the election, of course, they all, as we said, would come to fruition and implementation and be made actionable once Biden got into office. There were a lot of people, and it's important to reflect upon this sort of thing, who said of like the Spencer crowd and like followers over there, and similar minded, even if they hate Spencer, who said, no, well, once it gets into office, there's going to be this reeling back and it's going to be status quo. How wrong they were, how right I was. You don't like me saying that? You don't like me saying that? Too damn bad. Too damn bad, because I am going to save people's lives. I'm going to do everything I can. I'm going to make a lot of mistakes, and then I'm going to get back up, and I'm going to do what I have to do to make it right. But I am going to tell people that you were wrong. I want people to reflect on the fact that you were out there telling people, there's a whole group out there who talks like this. Uses phrases like racist liberals. They all said, it's as soon as they get into office, they're going to reel it back and it's going to be status quo. And they were all dead wrong. We were 100% right. Well, people started getting arrested exactly as we predicted around the world, because it's far easier to aid governments around the world, which is what the U.S. did, to snatch up white people who are white sympathetic in some way, and more difficult here at home because you have to deal with more laws and than other Western countries where they don't have as many protections, and yet we see them moving forward, and we see, what did Biden have? He just had a bunch of historians come in. What is this now? And asking, how quickly can we radically make things as anti-white as possible? That's how we would phrase his question to them. So the intelligence agencies, according to the Antiwhite Narrative, there's a giant army, evil army. And that means that in the heads of every one of our brothers and sisters out there, there's a giant evil army Now, they might doubt a little bit whether or not it's as giant as the anti-whites claim it to be in all of the entertainment. But because subconsciously they can't tell the difference between reality and fiction, if they're presented with a, well, here's the giant army, they'll say, oh, God, I guess it was true. So the anti-whites have to provide bodies. So they've got to go out and find them. So what they did was they began researching and defining and saying, how do we identify, coding the language, categorizing by the names that people identify themselves as. This is why I say you're a Westman and a patriot of your country. And that what you do is go for you're serving white well-being as an advocate for white well-being. And I stopped off last week at this bullet point, and I will read on here from these notes that we can all give a great round of applause and thanks to Carlisle. This is for doing this for us. This is the public. Of course, there is a top secret version, confidential version, and it is far longer and far more egregious. The report found that the reason the DI suspects, let me step back for just one moment and see right here where it says we have RMVEs are racially motivated violent extremists. That's you. Know that in law, if you call yourself the names that they say, or it's like calling yourself MS-13, then you fall under what they have categorized in this report as racially motivated violent extremists. How do you think you're going to fare in a court of law? The report found that the reason the DI suspects that RMVEs and DVEs will continue to become more violent throughout 2021 and beyond is due to, quote, newer socio-political developments, such as narratives of fraud in the recent general election, the emboldening impact of the violent breach of the U.S. Capitol, conditions related to the COVID-19 pandemic, and conspiracy theories promoting violence, close quote. Do you want a boarding pass to get first-class treatment? You get to board first to get on the list for the racially motivated violent extremists. Why aren't other people in white sympathetic spheres telling you about this? Why aren't they telling you that if you call yourselves by those names that I've said not to use, that they are going, and if you talk about these things, look, you're going to talk about the U.S. Capitol in the way that I see being spoken about out there in the different white sympathetic spheres. That's what they're listening to. You want to talk about COVID-19? Does it really help you in any way to go out there and say that this is all the puppies and they're up to, and this is all, and then saying that the election and this is that it was something other than, is that going to help you to say, well, all the puppies are doing this, all of these other groups of people out there, the non-white peoples, they're doing this? That is then considered conspiracy theories. And of course, when you're saying that something has to be done, like we saw Venner say, at some point you got to take a stand. Well, they're going to define what taking a stand means. If you're not taking a stand now with all your ugly language, then what is taking a stand? The claim is that those who push back against government overreach with COVID or changing gun laws, right to self-defense, or speech being curtailed, are all potential DVEs, giving the government the right to crack down on any possible formation of a DVE group or DVE person and group before they become violent, which will lead to justifying even more limitations on speech and, she writes, gun rights, but self-defense. because that's what it is to have the right to a firearm. So there you have it. It's very clear. It's moving forward. It's like a giant freight train in the sky, as big as a mountain, coming toward you. Are you going to step off the tracks? And remember, the people who are talking this way and not going to jail, not losing their right to self-defense, not losing their right to travel or etc., they're working with them. How much more do you need me to say? I know a bunch of people are going to go, oh, God, Jay, I can't believe you just said that about those other folks that aren't going. Why would I not? This young girl and this young man, 21-year-old, and all these people need real direction. Why wouldn't I give it to them? I wish to God that when I was that age, that somebody my age or any age had come to me and said, whoa, young man, this is what you got to look out for. This is where things are going to go bad for you. This is how you keep your nose clean. This is how you are actually effective for our people, if that's what you really want. I wish I had somebody come to me like that. I had to go dig out bits and pieces all over the place. The IC case is that DVEs exploit a variety of popular social media platforms. So white supremacists, they exploit the social media platforms, smaller websites with, and let me also just say this. These people are coming to these conclusions that, well, I'm not including myself in with them. I have very little in common with many of these people. They have this claim that they care about white people, but I don't think they do. And genuinely, when it comes down to it. But they say that, well, we will just have to keep jumping from platform to platform because we'll just keep getting kicked off here and kicked off there and kicked off here and kicked off there. And guess where you're going to end up jumping? Right into one of their little nests. Will the hunters speak up for a moment? How do you trap those really hard to trap animals? How do you really catch those animals that are a little smarter than the others, the ones that aren't going to be just dumb enough to just come to the bait station? This is so obvious. It can be seen a mile away, 100 miles away. These people are going to end up all jumping onto a platform. I'm not saying that has happened yet, but we would like to know more about some of these platforms where people are jumping and who owns them and what you're giving all your info to, all your IP addresses, whatever else, especially when it comes down to cryptocurrencies. So is it going to be the idea that, well, we keep behaving, or you keep behaving like the villain in the anti-white narrative, and then you just keep having to jump from platform to platform because you're going to behave like the villain, and then you're going to end up giving your information over maybe to the government, maybe to other private entities, or half private, half government entities that are thoroughly anti-white, heavily funded. And they're going to know exactly who you are and who to go after and how to shut you down and everything else. Is that what you want? So variety of social media platforms, smaller websites and audiences, and targeted encrypted chat applications to recruit new adherents, plan and rally support for in-person actions, and disseminate materials that contribute to radicalization and mobilization to violence. That's a quote from the document. So this could indicate the desire to validate potentially enhanced monitoring and crackdowns of speech and information shared online. Quoted again, DVE lone offenders will continue to pose significant detection and disruption challenges because of their capacity for independent radicalization to violence, ability to mobilize discreetly, and access to firearms. That is haunting as all hell. That is haunting as all hell. Because they're saying the only way really to remedy this problem of antique nationalists and other villains in the anti-white narrative and prevent them from engendering in individuals the desire to take a stand. Finally, you're gonna get out of your bedroom, right? You're gonna take a stand by going out there and doing something awful. Well, the only way to prevent that from happening is to prevent us all from having freedom of speech and to spy on every single one of us and to take our right to self-defense away. And now, unlike in the past, they hold enough nodes of power to really substantively make that happen. So who will they be becoming? What will happen to us if another psycho who is listening to the liars of these villains in the anti-white narrative and goes out and harms innocent people, white, non-white people, whatever it is, goes out and harms a bunch of innocent people, what's going to happen to us? Is that person going to do any good? I talked about it and I tried to stay calm during, and I will right now, but what's going to happen to us? Well, there's going to be more censorship on speech. There's going to be censorship on the right to self-defense, or they'll be taking it completely away, rather. And then there'll also be retaliatory attacks by anti-whites all across the country, tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of a variety of retaliatory attacks, everything from, no, that white guy's not getting the job because that white guy last week went in and shot some people, all the way to a couple of anti-whites standing at the end of a bar saying, hey, you want to go maim or want to go gang rape that white woman over there because that white guy went and shot some people or whatever it is. That's the outcome of those acts. And so then these people, when they praise them, you should know what to think about them. I can't believe that anybody ever gave these people time, interest, money, praise. It's sick. And it's long past time that it's said that it's sick. The takeaways are this administration has now publicly stated that there will be additional, quote, lethal attacks from domestic terrorists in the coming months and years, in particular, those with, quote, racial motivations. The administration has already prepared people with the narrative that these attacks will occur because of the, quote, changing policy and perceived government overreach, close quote. So at this point, they have drawn a line creating the potential demonization of anyone who speaks out against policies or events they find questionable. Additionally, the administration is claiming that these attacks will be, quote, racially motivated, giving them the right to censor and investigate anyone they deem to be perpetrating potential, quote, racially biased speech or thoughts. How much more evidence? Who is that, Jay? Haven't shared any evidence? How about that, buddy? How about that, son? Really need folks to start going free and fast in a quick way. We're down to the final hour, and we got a few more things we want to do. And I want to see if you want to have a call, write to me on my Skype. I call you back. That's how this works. You don't cuss while you're on with me. You don't talk about conspiracy theories. You don't talk about any other races of man. We're about serving white well-being. That's what we do. And we will speak to your issues. Let me just refresh that. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. People won't do so few people will do what's good for them, and so many will do what's bad for them. But if a person wants to harm themselves, so be it. I think maybe I'll put this on. Maybe this is what I need to put on. This is let me hold it up to look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? That's from our glassmith. Maybe this will send some Maybe this will send some good luck or some power out to the folks. If an individual is an adult and they want to ruin their own lives, then go do that on your own time. Go do that to yourself. But I'm not going to sit by and allow you to lead others down the path to perdition with you without mentioning that that's exactly what you're doing. We have the great Heidi. Hello, sweet sister, has financially gifted $5. Thank you so very much to you and your lovely husband, Graham in the Gray. I made a mistake with my time card this week, so my pay is delayed. But I wanted to say hello to all our friends and family and to tell everyone to keep your chin up. The sadness will pass. God bless you all. Well, sister, you don't ever have to financially gift, but I deeply appreciate it. You could just say hello in the question widget, and I will find you there. Somebody will assuredly let me know that you are there. So thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. This is a wonderful couple in service to white well-being, and we are deeply appreciative of everything that they do. Thank you so much. Okay, Anonymous says from earlier, he says, I support you and your work, but I have a family to support too. Support your bases. You got to have your base, brother. That's the very first thing. Take care of your family, yourself, have that firm base, work on your mean pathogens. You're doing the right thing. That's what matters. And then when you have the means to go beyond, and ultimately, when it comes to cleansing yourself and your family of the mean pathogens, helping others to learn what you have learned is one of the best ways. So teaching to learning, it's one of the best ways. Get out there and make it happen. Financially gifting, you don't have to, whether you own a stock company or not, you don't have to do that. Go right with you and your family and your babies, and reach out to your other friends and family. Help them to go free as well. That's what truly matters. We have Promethean Promulgation says, I sent you an important message on Twitter to look at after the stream. All right, brother, I'll check it out. And he also financially gifted over here $10. Thank you so much, Promethean Promulgation. If white people weren't victimized by anti-whiteism, then how could going free how could going free of anti-whiteism improve your life? Precisely. So it proves brilliantly, as Promethean Promulgation puts it here, that your sickness is being treated because you're getting better as you treat it. Brilliant. Thank you so much. That is a fantastic way to put that. All right. I think I'll take a quick look at you all in the live chat. And we have some announcements. Let's see. Based Guitarist has his website up, and I made an account on it. It's called Laser. Are you with us, Based Guitarist? I think I'm the first one to have an account on it who is not one of the people building it. But maybe we'll have a brand new platform there where we will be able to stream to as well. And so we'll keep our eye on that. And we appreciate Bass Guitars for the work that you and your team are doing. Bass Guitars website. Let's get a big round of applause. And we're going to look at it in just a minute here to Natl and Nathaniel for their video, an FAQ video that is fantastic about what can I do. And it's the first of a 3-video series. I also want to share this. Take a look at Yiz right now is having a lovely dinner with family, and we are sharing. Look at this in her one of her, I guess maybe the powder room. She collects dice, and they are beautiful. And she has the dice set up, and she's got Prometheus Rising, Go Free, and Crucible all there with it. A beautiful setup. I wanted to share that. She had shared it, and then I wanted to share with you all. I got lost, but that's wonderful. Thank you so much, sister, for taking that photograph and sharing that with the community. And I think that is all of the, that is all of the announcements. So let's take a quick look, a quick short look at Natarific's video on what can I do to help. Oh yes, I've got it pulled up right there. Perfect. So we'll watch that and then we'll be right back.
FAQ 5A, What Can I Do to Help? For beginners. Read Go Free and familiarize yourself with anti-whiteism and how to effectively combat the anti-white narrative. Begin by getting yourself in order. If you are struggling with an addictive substance or activity, break your addictions. Eat healthy, exercise, and stop consuming anti-white entertainment and propaganda. Let go of any self-destructive ideas you might have about how to deal with anti-whites and realize you are part of the global white well-being community. While you are working on yourself, become vocal. Spread the word of going free by posting links online. Begin participating in the community chat, and if you can, financially gift to white positive content creators. You can contribute using whatever talents or means you might have. Additional ideas regarding how one might help others go free are often addressed during the Go Free streams. People all across the white positive community are frequently seeking others to assist with collaborative projects. Tune in and listen for ways you can help.
All right, that is a fantastic video, and it always gets a riles feathers. Natarific's, Nathaniel's videos always riles feathers. They don't like the professionalism of it. They know that it works. They can tell when they watch it that this is going to work. This is going to motivate people. This is digestible and normal, and that's the last thing they want. Really makes you wonder where some of these commenters, where they're coming from. They supposedly care about white people. They're white sympathetic in some way, but really makes you wonder, where exactly are they coming from? What exactly is their position? Why do they hate on success so much? Why do they hate on normalcy of our message, a message based in love? So that's something I think when we have conversations with other people in white sympathetic spheres, that is a question that needs to be asked and answered. What exactly is motivating these people who hate on these sort of things? So one of the biggest things I saw under that chat was, and everything Natarific and Nathaniel said there was perfect. That is exactly what you want to be doing. Treating yourself for your MPs, reaching out to others. This is where it begins, folks. And then he also pointed out, and this was something that folks got, two real things, that you're not doing anything by going free. Well, of course, this is said by liars who either they're knowingly misrepresenting us, or they're ignorant and they're stupid people, and they're going to misrepresent us because they hate success, because they chose the wrong path, whatever it is. So it's just talking that doesn't work. And again, we've just been talking about that the entire gathering together. Then the other thing was this support shaming, which we do not allow in service to white well-being. So Natarific says there, support, if you can, financially support the, how did he phrase, like the white well-being content creator of your choice or something like this. And immediately saw these losers jump in to the thread, and you would never see this with anti-white groups ever, where they show up and say, whatever you do, don't pool your money together. Whatever you do, don't give your money to something that's working. Just don't do that. That person and those people who are doing that, they should be doing it all for free, or they're not real. That doesn't happen anywhere. That is, we refer to that as support shaming, and support shaming is anti-white. So either the person saying it is a genuine anti-white, the real deal, and maybe pretending to be something else, to be subversive, to be somebody who cares about or white sympathetic in some way, or they're just too damn stupid to know otherwise. So these people should be ignored, and they just know this. when you show up on my channel, my platforms are my house. It's my house. You can say whatever you want out in the public square. You can own your own house. You can go out in the street and you say all you want. You can buy your own house, say what you want in your own house. You come into my house and you support shame, you get deleted. No shame whatsoever on my end for deleting you. You show up, you want to make spurious, asinine allegations. It takes me less than a tenth of a second to go click and you're gone. You took all that time to formulate your ignorant bit on the chat, and then you were gone with no effort. And that's the way it's always going to be. I'll move right by you and get to people who can hear the message so that we can recapture our destiny and get beyond you losers. Now, I realize we're going to have to, maybe next week we'll talk about, I'm going to look at some of these comments now that people have made. But I think we're going to have to talk about this this depression. I guess we'll make it more detailed than that a lot of people are feeling because Biden is in office and because the anti-whites are riding high with their success. A lot of people are feeling this sort of like they're saturnine over it and dejected, and they think that nothing can be done. Well, if you have been introduced to going free and you're becoming saturnine over what the anti-whites are doing, then you really don't know what going free is, because they've already won. The anti-whites have won. The countries that we created, that white people created, are in their hands. There's no, like, almost it's about to go. We're at the tip. We're right at the tipping. No, long gone. Before you were born, long gone. We are building a people out of a deracinated race. You need to have endurance. You need to have equanimity. You need to have composure. You need to have love. At times you need to have great passion. At times you need to have great anger paired with that love. Always doing the right thing. Always being as best as you can be. The perfect, the quintessential, the pristine man and woman of the West. They already control everything. It's going to be getting worse. Did you think I was lying before we started this decade? And I was saying this is the decade when it's going to happen. Either we recapture our destiny or it doesn't get recaptured. That there were going to be two storms over the course of this decade. One of darkness, one of light. Did you think I was lying? Maybe that I wasn't worthy of listening to? I didn't write a book that baffle-gabbed the heck out of you enough? Like so many others have written time and again, more baffle-gabbing, more baffle-gabbing. So therefore, that person must be intelligent. They must know what they're talking about. I didn't do that. So maybe you didn't believe me? No. The anti-whites are going to become increasingly powerful. They're going to increasingly victimize us. It's going to look uglier by the day. And we have to be working as hard to make that storm of light appear as well. You are the elements of it. If you're not doing it, it's not happening. So you can't just give up because you get a little depressed, because you stop looking at the news. Look at what I Got Work did. He stopped altogether in this missive that he sent me. I gave up all of the doom documenting, the doom dissecting, and I feel infinitely better. Stop with watching all of that stuff. It's not going to do you any good to know. You don't need to be another Nick Fuentes casualty who just watches so much about how bad everything is that he kills himself and makes it public with a $250,000 donation. Give that up. Get to work. Just rest assured. I will tell you now, the metaphorical sea level of anti-whiteism is rising. So get to filling the bags with sand, and let's get to stacking up these sandbags. You don't have to keep looking out there. You don't have to keep seeing it getting deeper. You don't have to keep seeing the water creeping in. Keep filling those bags and keep stacking those bags. That's all you need to do. White Wolf writes here, your message is so good, Jason. I lost my wonderful girlfriend that I loved because of how she saw me in the anti-white narrative. Listen to that. This is somebody who was in a relationship with a woman whom he loved. And because of the way he behaved before going free, he lost her. No. Have you ever loved anybody? Have you ever been in love and then that person just walks out on you, you're nothing? How bad does that hurt? Well, could that have been a family? Shouldn't that have been a family? Who's responsible? Who told White Wolf to talk the way he was talking before? To see the world the way he was seeing the world? Scully writes here, what Jason said for the first hour is seriously important to understand. Vital, actually. So listen to it again. Yes, you. That's from last week. Thanks so much. It is important. The Flatlanders. I think that's the one that I got it from. Mantis writes here, Lauren, like so many white people all over the Western world, has the correct instincts and her heart is in the right place. I hope she takes on board the lexicon of going free because she has the potential to be a huge asset for white well-being and she has the potential to reach a lot more people. NWG can't do this all on his own. It has to be a team effort, and I hope Lauren joins the team. Well, I do too, Mantis. Well, very well said. And that is exactly, we are simpatico, 100% team effort. No one champion going to make it all happen. No small group. That's another thing that they push elsewhere, that, oh, it's going to just be some small elite group that's going to make it happen for everybody else. Sorry, you're not going to be able to offload your responsibility to some small group somewhere else. You're going to have to get right in there with the rest of us, roll your sleeves up and get busy. I don't care if you can bench 500 pounds or you're in a wheelchair or you're deaf. Everybody's going to get in, and it's going to be some of what some or many might even think are the weakest or the least talented or the least able that are going to do some of the biggest things, because that is how all of human history shows us these things unfold. This is Corey writes this. Okay, so this was Corey writing a question about an order that he had. And he said, thank you so much for such a quick response, Jason. The book arrived already, and it really made my day to get it. I ordered 5 more copies yesterday, and I'm excited to start spreading the word. Stay strong, brother. Let's get a big round of applause for Corey. That is magnificent. This is how it's going to be changed. This is how our environments are going to be changed. Our lives are going to be changed. Our families are going to be saved. Is dedication like that. God bless you, Corey. And what is the difference between Go Free and these other books that we have that are changing people's lives and everything else that's gone before? If you don't know, dig in. CC writes here, I understand, unless it was simply a typo, for surely it must be a typo and has to be incorrect, that YouTube is removing my subscription to this channel, meaning my channel. Why? In all sincerity, is the question I must now ask. This channel doesn't and isn't saying anything hurtful, negative against anyone. I've always loved YouTube, where folks regularly express their truth and as they see it, which of course should never be purposefully hurtful to others. But when some are singled out, restricted, and not allowed to speak their truth, in the long run, that impacts and affects each and every one of us. I personally would not want to subscribe to a channel that was either mean-spirited or closed off to the rights of others to express their truths. I particularly appreciate that what is shared on this channel is foremost based in truths and expressed in the positivity of love. Thank you so very much, CC, for that. Mike writes, Jason, I bought your Go Free book and I'm about 1/2 of the way through it now, and it's absolutely great. The thing I like most about the book is that it shows how to win debates, arguments with anti-whites, and do it in a way that is not defensive. Listen to that testimonial halfway through, and he's already learning how to win the debates arguments with anti-whites, which also means he'll be able to win the debates arguments with vagues, our brothers and sisters, and bring them over to going free as well. What are you going free of? You're going free of the anti-white narrative. You're going free of the mean pathogens that hold you back. You're going free of the anti-white victimization of you and our people. That's what you're going free of. The great reptile writes here, anyone working in service to white well-being in any capacity and without detriment is a wonderful asset. Our brothers and sisters are positively impacting friends, family, neighbors, communities, and people across the world. So it is my highest hope that such a pleasant young lady, Lauren Witzke, will indeed join us and go free. I hope she will as well, because I was sent a link of her doing an interview before she had done the interview with us, I believe. I mean, after she had done the interview with us, I believe. So sometime over this past week, that was with some guy that praises, that just praises an individual whom the world believes to be more evil than Satan. And so I doubt Lauren was aware of that. Why? I mean, she doesn't have to like search, I guess, everybody's background about what they are, what they stand for, or what they talk about. But we would love for her to go free and be empowered, and with her poise, with how articulate she is, with her good looks, she could reach millions, absolutely millions. So please, Lauren, if you want to do something enormous with your life, far more good than you could do as a politician, go free. Get on board the lexicon and dialectics. It's very easy to learn. There's less jargon in here than you faced in any job in almost any job or professional career that you've had as an adult. There's less jargon. Odin Sire writes here, no white guilt is a great role model for all our young men. Thank you, brother, for saying that. I really deeply appreciate that. Melody Dawn writes here, going free now. Got a used car, 21,000 miles on it. Trying my best to get back into society. It is hard, but I do get along well with anyone, as long as they're not a sheep, she says. Well, so going free. She's getting back into society. Got herself a car with only 21,000 miles on it because she's going free. Let me see. Venner, do you want to call? Do you want to use the word cult again? Maybe you want a melody to end up on the streets, right? And all the other melodies out there. I'm singling you out because you're the one, you have to take ownership of your words. And if you want to do the right thing, stand up like a man, apologize for that filth, and start going free. Because you use that kind of misrepresentation with the work that we're doing here, and the other melodies are not going to be getting back into society. They're going to end up working for some pimp somewhere, thanks to you. Diesel Viper writes, start using the phrase anti-white in conversation. I've gotten people to start saying it who don't know about any movement, but they know what anti-white means now. When I read this, I went, it was like fireworks. I'm going to read it again. Diesel Viper. This is my entire life, folks. Not only use anti-white and anti-whiteism in conversation, use the other lexicon and dialectics. People don't have to, this is the outreach team has so much success doing. They don't even have to be introduced to going free at first. You just use our lexicon. This is how Lauren Witzke could use it. Use our lexicon, use our dialectics, and then other people will just start using it too. They'll say, wow, that really works. Wow, I'm the good guy now. Wow, that shut down the anti-whites. That's how you change the milieu that we're in. Start using the phrase anti-white in conversation. I've gotten people to start saying it who don't know about any movement, but they know what anti-white means now. God bless you, brother. That is fantastic. Western Renaissance, he wrote a comment underneath of it, in response, wrote, absolutely. I've developed the habit of addressing the anti-whites, and there have been times that others have started conversations with me because they overheard me. Simply because they overheard him using anti-white, anti-whiteism. People have come up and said, well, yeah, let's talk about this. How many folks would come up, and of any folks that would come up, how productive, effective would they be, or would they be ruining their lives if Western Renaissance was using a completely different approach? If he were talking about other groups of human beings and how awful they are, or how we have to name some other group or whatever to care about our people. None. They would have thought he was the devil. They would have thought he's torturing children. They would have seen black and white imagery running through their heads. And then if any of them came up and they heard more of that filth, they then would have gone home and repeated it. And the family would have, they would have burnt relationships with their families, on and on. This person, only going by the initial J, writes, hello, Jason. Just wanted to let you know that you've helped me a lot with your positivity. I was falling into the villain behavior, and I'd like to veer away from that and that line of thinking. I've talked with you previously about a toy line I'm working on, but due to current conditions, had to put everything on hold for my family's sake. Now it's time to get back in the saddle and go full on with a well-being lifestyle, but I don't know where to begin. Also adding that, looks like that Laura Loomer, he spotted her using anti-white. And then mentioning white people by name. He says, he writes here, never thought I'd see the day. So you change the context, you change the words that people use, you change the world. And that's what we're doing. Where do you start, Jay? You start with Go Free. This is where you get started. You get Prometheus Rising, you get Crucible, Born Guilty. You start with Go Free. This will continue to get better and better as we distill it over time, and more success stories come forward of people tapping into true talents. Of all of the glorious testimonials that we've heard over the years so far, I tell you this, there'll be testimonials in the future that'll make your shoes come off. It'll knock them right off. You'll see people tapping into truly miraculous abilities. Danny writes here, rule number 1, quote, don't forget to financially gift. And here's somebody who is obviously a wise ass. NWG in the negative sense. He writes, and then he uses a preacher's name, a Christian preacher, says and then he says WNs. So I'm not a white nationalist. Never have been. Never called myself that. Never wanted to be anything like that. It was always ugly, didn't comport with my morality. I love white people. I want to protect white people. And I welcome all peoples to help me in defending white people against anti-whiteism and defending the way of life that they love and cherish. Law and order, civility, equal opportunity, etc. Just so much will be lost. He then writes a quote, pro-white, not a pro-white either. And then he says, false prophet who encourages everyone to sit on their, we'll say, backsides and send him money while he does sweet Fanny Adams, except mouth. So sweet Fanny Adams demonstrating, I don't know, Danny, how exactly, I mean, are you actually in the old folks' home and they didn't give you your meds? I mean, what happened? What happened to you? What happened? While he does sweet Fanny Adams, which means nothing. He does nothing except mouth spurious platitudes while whites are being demographically replaced in their homelands. Well, Danny, son, you are You sound so uneducated here. You sound so unintelligent, so ill-informed, so benighted, and I feel sorry for you. You have no idea what's going on in the world. Maybe your whole view on the world is just through the window that you have in your room there. But you have no idea what's going on. You have no idea of all of the good that we've just these testimonials here, doing nothing, and you're doing what, Danny? I feel sorry for you. You should start going free, and you should write back and apologize for that affront to the good work that we are doing and all of the lives that we have actually improved with going free. It's sad and it's pathetic. And I hope that you will come around to being a man that I hope that you're capable of being. So I will jump over here, and it looks like we didn't miss anybody over here, so that's good. Let me check the question widget. Fantastic. Looks like we haven't missed anybody. You know how I hate to miss people. I would like to play, let's see. I'm going to play at least some of Andre's new piece that is called In Spring. It is simply, I think I wrote Simply Beautiful. It really is simply beautiful. And I think it's almost 10 minutes long, so I would like to play at least some of it so you all can hear it. If anybody would like to have a call, let me know on Skype. Otherwise, we're coming up near the end. And I also would like to play, who did we have? Oh, I know who I wanted to find. We haven't played anything from Raymond Foster for a while. Let's do this first from Andreas. It's truly a new piece that he's just released. It's beautiful. And as a composer, he's going to be creating more works of beauty in the very near future. So we're going to hop over to that and then some of that, and we'll hop right back. That was simply too beautiful to stop midway through. So I just listened along with the rest of you. What a truly glorious piece. Big round of applause for Andre and that magical piece that he put together. And we look forward to many more wonderful pieces. This is what we bring to us, folks. True, talented men and women of the West, wonderful people. And we're going to continue to draw on that caliber of folks in the future. That is going to be one of the reasons why we are going to succeed where others have failed, even in the face of the constant naysaying, even in the face of, you know, this Danny in hospice or wherever, the psychiatric ward, looking out the window saying he does sweet fanning, meaning nothing other than just talk, because as you know, words they just have no power. Well, Danny, I'll say this to Danny and the other Dannys out there of whatever age. When you say that nothing's being done, not only are you ignorant about the fact that so much is being done, you're also preventing more good from being done by getting in the way of the good that we're doing, aren't you? Are you going to be in the way like others, like Venner are you going to do the right thing like Venner, I expect Venner will do, and come back and take back all of that disgusting things that he wrote there Are you going to come back and take this back and do the right thing and be a man? Or are you going to stand in the way of the next 8 lives that we will save here in Going Free, that people will admit to, have the courage to admit to on live streams? I mean, what's it going to be, Danny? Misrepresent us and prevent us from doing good? Or are you going to own up to your error and be a man? We'll be waiting. And I can forgive. But you have to apologize. So that's great. Southern Bloom is here. Squirrels is here. Jerome V, he's doing great work. Another great champion. Mr. Piazzi is with us as well. Let me slide through here. I mean, can you imagine the glorious accomplishments that we will have? We had actually, if you all have been unaware, I'm sure you're unaware of this, but there was a blowback from white sympathetic spheres to the magnificent professional work done by Imminent Rain and Groundhog Fury. And as I said, just 3 white guys, those 2 white guys and this white guy right here. This is just what we do, is do things like save the world. And they put together this glorious, the video, the music, just far more professional than you've seen anywhere else in service to white. It's just a reality. In service to our people, whether it's us, service to white well-being, or sympathies of various degrees in other spheres. And there was actually a blowback because they could see how glorious it was. They could see how good it was, how effective it was, how we are actually helping people. And I'm not going to stop talking about that reality because that's what we do. And I'm not going to stop talking about that reality because that's what we do, because of the young man Holden we were talking to earlier, who gave the fantastic financial gift and testimonial to white well-being, and to that a beautiful 18-year-old woman. I'm not going to hold back for them. So you're wasting your breath on me if you say other people, whatever. Other people can whatever. When they start saving lives, when they start giving people tools that benefit them in life rather than make their lives miserable, make them lose their bank accounts, make them lose status at work and with their friends and in their families, when they start giving them tools to change every family member's thought and opinion on the issue. We have numerous testimonials of people who could not convince a single family member in decades of use. We've read them live on this show. You all have heard them. Couldn't change the minds of any family members until they started going free. And then suddenly everything changes. But I'm not supposed to say anything. Not supposed to say that we're doing what everybody's doing. People want me to say, just say that everybody's doing something that works. No, because this 18-year-old woman, she's going to end up, if we don't get to her with the message of peace, love, hope, and redemption of white well-being, those dirtbags are going to get to her. And they're going to turn that moment of purest love. Somebody really needs to make a clip out of it. They need to make it 100 times, 1,000 times better than I could make it in talking about it. They take the clip, they add imagery that is, they own the imagery, or it's free to use, or they buy the imagery. They put music to it. It's beautiful. Here's the woman in the moment of this purest glory, purest self-sacrifice that you can fathom, that a human being can actually do. And she's got a choice now. She's at a fork in the road. Can she even see the path of going free? Is somebody going to get there? Has the verbiage spread widely enough because of the outreach team, or because of whatever, because of all of us pushing and pushing? Has the verbiage spread wide enough that she's going to stumble upon it and she's going to choose that path to the western sunrise? Or is she going to choose that path that just leads downhill through all of the brambles into the quicksand and the swift and ugly end to what would have been a beautiful life. No, that's why I'm going to keep speaking out. How many more times? I should have never listened to any of you that said, keep saying that everybody else is doing good work. Give me a break. Obviously, there are people that are doing good things. Obviously. But where are these stories? They're doing good things to various degrees, but they don't have the stories, the achievements why aren't they talking about us? Stop coming to me and telling me that I need to stop talking about all the good that we're doing. Stop being such a jealous female dog and telling me that we need to stop talking about all the good that we're doing. Go to them and say, why aren't you talking about all of the good that Going Free is doing for people? Why aren't you? Why are you ignoring it? Why aren't you reviewing those books? Why are you reviewing World War II books or whatever? Why are you reviewing the same books that have been reviewed hundreds of times and do nothing? Why are you reviewing this? I mean, just on and on and on. So yeah, go to them, ask them what the deal is. Of course, there are good people out there doing good things. Not to this degree, but there are good people out there doing good things and for our people, and where they are doing it in a way that comports with my morality, more power to them. I hope they continue. Good for them. I will help them if I can. If everything is good, it aligns. I will help them where I can. And I don't expect to be helped in return because I don't know what's the ego issue. What is it? I keep getting the messages though. Stop talking about how they're not accomplishing or whatever. Forget about it. Forget about it. Let me see the messages you're sending. You all are sending to these folks, telling them, you know what? You need to start talking about all the success of Going Free. You need to start talking about this Jason fellow because this is sickening. What's wrong with you? How many people have to be saved in how many different ways and be redeemed in how many different ways before you'll say something? What are you actually after? What is your purpose in having a club, a group, a party, or whatever for supposedly for the good of our people? What are you actually after? All right. So, loving Andre for that. And can you imagine this hero gave us this grand testimonial we've read twice on air. I've talked about elsewhere. And he's mentioned that he has read Prometheus Rising, says it is a new myth for our age, and he is going to create epic pieces for Prometheus Rising. Can you imagine? It's going to be magnificent. And we're going to continue changing the world while the sea rises, the metaphorical sea all around us. Jerry George says, just tapped into his Italian side. I do have, I guess that's what it was. Just tapped into. That's funny. All right, let me quickly check over here. We're running out of seconds, and I'll make sure I didn't miss anybody. It's true, though. It's true. They're always coming to me. Jared George knows this. They're always coming to me. Stop talking about how these other people are just harming folks. You know, I am going to have to live with the reality of thinking that I should have been far more aggressive with these other approaches, because there have been people who have killed themselves. There have been people, and far more than the ones who have killed themselves, have ruined their lives, ruined their families, lost their children. They all, not every single person, of course. There are good folks out there doing great things, and we feature a lot of them on tap. Jared George and I respect those people. There are a lot of people out there that think this is like a big movie they're living inside of. They're the villain in it. They enjoy playing the villain in the movie, and they're just waiting for their moment to shine as the powerful villain in the movie. It's sickening. While real lives are being crushed. All right, we did get a test financial gift over here by Grayman, and thank you very much for that. It is indeed working, brother. Thank you. $1 to test it out to make sure it's working. And the Great Slots comes through with $4 financial gift. Thank you, dear brother. And testimonial there. Nothing more he wanted to say. Just tell it like it is. Another testimonial. His dedication, his tenacity, his success all speak to the great success of Going Free, which we're going to make better and better because we have wonderful people who are involved. All these great folks, Brand Danger, Jared George, Heidi, Nancy, Ursa Major, Squirrels. Everybody is going to be stepping up. Azimuth Clark, they're going to be contributing ideas, and the ones that work, they're going in. And we are going to recapture our destiny. Stop looking at what the anti-whites are doing. Stop looking at how worse it's getting, how bad it's getting. You only look at those things to find one or two particular items that you can take to your friends, family, strangers to help them go free. And you talk about how we're being persecuted in those scenarios, those specific instances. You talk about how we're being persecuted, and then you say, we're being persecuted in this way because we're inside the anti-white narrative, because anti-whites dominate the situation. If it's a hush crime, you call it a hush crime. If it's a hate hoax, you call it a hate hoax. These MCs are created to empower you with premises that create thought chains that lead you, no matter how limited your capacity might be, to make arguments and the like, will lead you to a moral place, will lead you to a victorious place, and will lead the person you're speaking to an ugly, immoral place in every single instance. It is very difficult to lose unless you stop using the lexicon and you allow yourself to be drawn into their narrative. And make no mistake about this, that you will make mistakes, especially when you're getting started, but it will always happen. You'll make a mistake here when you're talking to this vague or that anti-white, and then you'll say, I see exactly how. Afterward, you'll say, I see exactly how I fell into their story, and then how it was so easy for them to demonize me by doing so. I need to just be staunch and stay in our story, not move from one 1 inch from that position. And then you'll end up being the good guy. Well, and I do think we have everybody over here, so I didn't miss anybody. And I don't think we have any questions. Ascended Practitioner, great to see you, brother. Yep, another one who is doing great work. Came right in. Budgie says we are too nice of a people. We are a kind people, but kind people doesn't mean that they are helpless people. Kind people, I'm a kind person. Do you think that I'm going to allow somebody to victimize me or somebody I care about? No. If somebody comes up and I'll be kind to them and they want to do harm to me there on the spot, I will defend myself. I will defend the people with me, and there won't be any nice about it. But we have been too nice when it comes to talking about these concepts, these ideas that victimize our people, like this young girl. We've been far too nice. We've been far too friendly with folks. They've been exposed to Going Free for years now. For years, many folks who are not only staying in this use of playing the villain, the use of the language of white oppression, but they are investing more of themselves in it day by day since Biden got elected. It's like some sort of weird psychosis is taking place with a lot of folks, and they're just getting more and more into the villain role instead of going free. instead of the success of going free, instead of saying, wow, we really need to go more that way because that works, instead of doing that, they're saying, no, we need to go more into the villain role. And we've been very nice about it. I've been very patient with folks who have said, don't say anything bad about anybody else. The things they're saying are getting folks killed. The things they're saying are ruining lives. This little girl, or this 18-year-old woman, where do you want her to end up? And that's really where this all comes to. I mean, you had the 21-year-old Holden, and you have this 18-year-old woman. When it comes to language, as I wrap up here, ladies and gentlemen, going free for the week, where do you want these people to end up? Do you want them to end up successes in their lives, successful for themselves, tapping into their latent abilities, rearing beautiful, lovely families, children inoculated against anti-whiteism? Do you want that for them? Do you want their lives to be of smiles and triumph and victory in conversation with anti-whites and victory bringing brothers and sisters over to the cause of white well-being? Or do you want their lives spent in misery? It's going to happen for this young woman for sure. Holden's already here, but what's going to happen for her? Which path is she going to go? And now it becomes real, doesn't it? Now there's a real life in front of you. What are you going to choose? Do you want her to act like the villain in the anti-white narrative? Or do you want her to go free? Your answer says a lot about your character and whether or not you have the honor, the dignity, the glory within you to be one of us. Go free, ladies and gentlemen.